Wes Kootenay will lead us in the national anthem, the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Catambra se porte le paix, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de bleu brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise. As we know, our friends, our colleagues, in my case being a Cape Breton, our family, recovering from Hurricane Fiona. We know that 5 Canadian provinces were walloped with one storm. Now that's a record. We also know that as we show and speak to and in emergency debate declare our solidarity with the peoples of Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, and Quebec, that we do so with a commitment that this is not just the story of the moment, that what happened to my colleagues and friends in interior BC, from Lytton to Spence's Bridge, into Vancouver and Abbotsford, that we don't turn the page when the story is over, that we stay with them until their lives are restored. May Hurricane Fiona confirm our commitment to resilience in communities and to fighting against the climate crisis.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 5th British Home Child Day in Canada. From 1869 to 1948, over 100,000 British children were sent to Canada from Great Britain. Some of the children were orphans, but most were from destitute families, or families who'd fallen under very difficult times due to sickness or death. Some of the children were even sent to Canada without their parents' consent. The children sent to Canada often found themselves in indentured servitude on farms or as domestic laborers. Many home children were very poorly treated, and many faced cruel abuse. Many home children would go on to make significant contributions to Canada, including serving in our armed forces and fighting for freedom around the world. Today, it is thought that more than 10% of Canada's population may be descended from the British home children. That would mean that about 4 million Canadians today are descendants of the British home children. Today, Speaker, I hope that we reflect on and commemorate the British home children, what they lived through and endured, and the contributions that they and their descendants have made to Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
30 years ago, the Constitution of the Slovak Republic was adopted. In 3 short decades, Slovakia has emerged from the shadow of forced communism as a vibrant, thriving democracy with a strong economy and a very bright future. Slovakia also borders Ukraine and has recently provided tremendous support for refugees and taken a strong stand against tyranny and oppression. For these reasons, and because of the vibrant Slovak diaspora community in Canada, it is vitally important for Canada to have strong ties between our nations. I acknowledge and support the government's recent announcement of expansion to a full embassy in Slovakia. As a Canadian with Slovak heritage and the chair of the Canada-Slovakia Friendship Group, I want to extend warm congratulations on this remarkable 30-year anniversary of Constitution Day in Slovakia and celebrate strengthened ties between our nations. Na zdravie.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians have been watching the impact of a changing, destructive climate, but many Atlantic Canadians are not because they don't have access to basic infrastructure. PEI was hit with the most destructive hurricane I have ever seen. In my riding of Egmont, the impact has been devastating, including the Evangeline School, farm buildings and crops, small craft harbors, fisher scare, and much more. Many islanders are struggling right now, and it is our job to lighten that burden as quickly as possible. However, Mr. Speaker, our community has been resilient in the face of this tragedy, and I'm proud to say that the community has come together to face the challenges together. I would like to recognize the efforts of municipalities and not-for-profit organizations who work tirelessly to support their neighbors with basic necessities, and the tireless work of our first responders and utility workers, as well as hydro crews from across Canada. Together, we are stronger, and together, we will get through this.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, September 28th is British Home Child Day. It is a day that is devoted to recognizing the over 100,000 British children who were brought to children as indentured labour between 1969 and 1932. The home children, as history named them, were between the ages of were under the age of 17. Most of them were between the ages of 7 and 14, but a lot of them were even younger than that. And these young people were sent without their parents' consent for the most part. And as they arrived in Canada, the home children were sent to homes that took them in. And we know, unfortunately, that some of those children were abused and mistreated. A number of heart-wrenching stories have been told to us about this. Some were sent to Ontario, others went to Manitoba, the Maritimes, British Columbia, and Quebec. There are probably over 4 million descendants of the British home children living in Canada today. My great-grandfather, John James Rowley, was one of them. Mr. Speaker, on this 20th of September, let us honor their memory.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. The Teresa Deller Palliative Care Residence, which was named for its founder, is an example in Canada for superior quality end-of-life care. It is funded by generous donors, and it is supported by devoted volunteers, and it occupies a singular place in the West Island. Teresa left us an inspiring legacy. She left us too soon, but her memory and her spirit inspire us and motivate us to continue to work for a more humane society where we protect the dignity of people in their final days. Last Saturday was a beautiful day, and that day was the Course pour la Compassion, or the Run for Compassion. It is an annual fundraiser, and it raised more money than ever before. $195,000 was the amount. I would like to congratulate all of the participants and the over 100 volunteers who gave their time, and Dev Elvidge, who began the activity 6 years ago in the memory of her father.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
In April 2021, I asked the Liberal government what procedures are in place to ensure all Canadians, including those without internet or phone access, have the necessary information across the U.S.-Canada border, request quarantine exemptions for compassionate reasons, and more. I specifically asked on behalf of constituents that are Amish and Mennonite, who are dual citizens constitutionally protected to enter both countries. I'd remind the government that the Amish do not have cars, telephones, computers, or use the internet, nor do they use the Canadian universal health care or education systems. However, they do pay property, education, and income taxes. They do not vote during public elections. In February, I asked the government how they were notifying all Canadians about the constant changing and often confusing travel restrictions or requirements. The written response outlined how changes were shared on the internet, but does not answer how this was shared to those Canadians without internet or television. Members of the Amish in my riding now face over $250,000 in fines as a community for failure to comply with these Liberal government requirements. Does the government think this is fair? If not, what are they going to do to rectify the situation?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of John A. Young, a legendary Haligonian lawyer, community builder, and long-serving honorary colonel in the Halifax Rifles. John's legacy of service to our region lives on all around us, as does the memory of his prodigious intellect and sharp wit. John was among the first partners and managing partner of Boyne Clark LLP, where he helped to grow the small law firm into the fourth largest in Atlantic Canada. John was also a savvy political player whose passion for politics brought him here to Parliament Hill as Executive Assistant to Deputy Prime Minister, Nova Scotia's own Alan J. McEachen, and later he would serve as President of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party. Over his life, John tirelessly served his country and his community on countless boards and commissions, but he and his wife Carol always held a special place in their hearts for Children's Camp Brigadoon Village. John was one of my earliest supporters in political life, someone whose wise counsel I called upon often. He was a giant among us, and we will miss him tremendously. I extend my deepest condolences to Carol and to all who loved him.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, Easter Seals is celebrating its centennial anniversary this year, representing 100 years of advocacy, support, and service for hundreds of thousands of Canadians living with disabilities in our country. With its head office in Don Valley West, Easter Seals is Canada's largest local provider of programs and services for the disability community. Easter Seals provides summer camps, scholarships, employment programs, accessibility services, and so much more to over 46,000 Canadians each year. Celebrations have been held coast to coast to coast, marking this momentous occasion. This year, the Easter Seals executive, some of the amazing youth ambassadors, and the board of directors are in Ottawa for a national 100th anniversary celebration. And I want to thank the board, the ambassadors, the staff, and volunteers from all over our great country for their advocacy and for their work. Congratulations on this significant milestone. We look forward to the next 100 years.
Outstanding.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I am proud to represent my community of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, which is a rural farming community. Like my family, many of my constituents, friends, and neighbours are farmers who work hard each and every day to feed Canada and the world. They often work on tight timelines, working against Mother Nature to bring in the harvest. With Thanksgiving upon us, I would like to remind everyone that the food we will all be enjoying on our tables comes from the hard work of our farming families, not just from the grocery store. Amen. If we want to secure local, healthy food to eat, we need to support Canadian farm families, growers, and producers. After all, no farms, no food.
Right on.
That's why today and every day, we should all be thankful for our farmers and give them the support they need. This Thanksgiving, I urge you to take time to thank a farmer and learn from them how we can support food sovereignty in Canada. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and beyond, and thank you, farmers, for all you do to feed us.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I address you on behalf of Canadian Association of Parliamentarians for Population and Development. Today, on International Safe Abortion Day, I want to recognize the tireless efforts of healthcare providers and community groups across Canada and globally who work to support the full spectrum of sexual and reproductive health and human rights. 45% of abortions globally are unsafe. Unsafe abortion is a leading cause of maternal death and hospitalizes millions of individuals every year. Therefore, we welcome the 2022 World Health Organization Abortion Care Guideline, which recommends full decriminalization and universal access to abortion and self-management options for birth control. Canada must continue the life-saving work of increasing access to abortion care in our own country and championing the issue globally. Let us all commit to ending the preventable death and illness from unsafe abortion worldwide. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, our new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings, their home, and their country. People feel like they're losing control of their pocketbooks and losing control of their lives as this government has doubled the national debt and is driving up the cost of everything. Mr. Speaker, with prices on gas, groceries, and other essentials skyrocketing, many people are struggling to get by. In fact, families are now downgrading their diets. Seniors are watching their life savings evaporate with inflation, and many 30-year-olds are now trapped in their parents' basements, Mr. Speaker, because of housing costs. These are fellow Canadian citizens. These are the people that we have been sent here to serve, Mr. Speaker, and they deserve much better. It is time that this government gets its inflationary spending under control, commits to no new taxes, and gives struggling Canadians some much-needed hope.
The The honourable member for Chilliwack, Hope.
From 1896 to 1948, the British Home Child Program saw over 100,000 boys and girls shipped from the United Kingdom to Canada to serve mainly as cheap labor for the families they were placed with here. While some of these children were treated well, many others were seen as no more than indentured servants and suffered horrible abuse at the hands of those who were supposed to care for them. In spite of this, many British home children would go on to serve Canada with distinction in the Canadian Forces throughout the 20th century. It's estimated that 4 million Canadians are descendants of British home children, me included. My great-grandfather, Sheriff Atchison Thompson, came to this country as a British home child in 1915 at the young age of 12. I'd like to thank people like my grandma, Carol Bateman, who continue to keep the stories of British home children alive and who continue to call upon the government to apologize for the program that these children suffered under. Today, on British Home Child Day, let us pause to remember them and their legacy to our country.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise, Nova Scotia is remembering and honouring a wonderful human being, Dartmouth's John Young. From an early age, John understood the importance of getting involved in politics, that the power of politics was about doing good and taking care of others. After graduating law school, he spent 4 years working alongside Liberal Cabinet Minister Alan McEachin and had what he called a fascinating education. It was here in Ottawa where John met the love of his life, Carol, and this political dynamic duo helped shape politics back home in Nova Scotia for decades together. You'll be hard-pressed to find a current or former Liberal politician back home who hasn't received brilliant and caring advice from the Youngs. John had an incredible legal career, helping Boyne Clark grow from a modest little firm on Queen Street in Dartmouth into one of the largest law firms in Atlantic Canada. John always gave more than he took. And I can tell you that John's absence is already being felt deeply in our community, and especially to Liberals across Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in honouring John Young. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, gender inequality costs lives. Tomorrow, survivors and researchers from Ovarian Cancer Canada will be on Parliament Hill as part of their Awareness Month. I raise my hands to their work. Ovarian cancer has historically been under-researched due to gender bias. But with ongoing strong advocacy, awareness has been raised and new research is underway, which is unlocking insights into this highly fatal disease. Canada has an important challenge ahead to increase survival rates. We are not keeping pace with other countries on improving outcomes. Sadly, only 44% of people diagnosed with this cancer live more than 5 years. The journey with ovarian cancer is difficult, and the side effects of treatment significantly interfere with quality of life. To everyone living with or going through ovarian cancer, I see you and I see how strong you are.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, it was 2 years ago today. It has been 2 years since the distressing death of Joyce Echaquan. 2 years since her death, which was both shocking and avoidable. 2 years since she videoed and posted racism in its most tragic manifestation. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to express to Joyce Echaquan's spouse, Carol Dubé, her 7 children, and her loved ones, our solidarity as you gather to honor her memory in Manawan. I would also like to say to the Atikamekw community that we are with you. We remember her. That we stand with you in the fight against racism in all of its forms, including when it is expressed within our institutions, as we have heard from so many people from the First Nations. Justice for Joyce, but also justice for all Indigenous peoples of Quebec. Let us continue to work together for the respect, dignity, security, and empathy for every person, Quebec and Atikamekw, in society and in the relationship with the state. Miigwech.
Logan, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings, their home, and their country. Trevor Nyman, Director of Digital Economy and a legal advisor of the Business Council of Canada, has stated, immigrants often have the training, experience, and qualifications to work in booming industries where Canada truly, desperately needs help. But newcomers are being denied a chance to contribute because of the restricted admission rules to these professions. These are our doctors, nurses, and engineers. A combination of factors, including the cost of living and recognizing foreign credentials and experience, is leading new immigrants to consider leaving Canada after resettling for only 2 years. Under our new Conservative leader, we will team up with the provinces to guarantee that within 60 days, an immigrant applying to work in their profession will get a yes or no based on the test's abilities, not based on where they came from. Let's take action for all Canadians and remove these restrictions.
Yeah! That's good. The honourable member for Halifax West. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to raise awareness today of a devastating disease. Ovarian cancer is a difficult beast, yet I've met so many inspiring Teal sisters who have faced it. It is the most fatal women's cancer disease in Canada. It is difficult to detect and uniquely agile, with variations, mutations, and migrations that can complicate treatment. And while 3,100 Canadians are diagnosed each year, outcomes for patients have not improved for decades. That's why supporting research and fundraising is critical. In 2020, my provincial government invested $1 million in ovarian cancer research, building on our federal government's first ever $10 million investment in 2019. And earlier this month, I heard firsthand how that funding is supporting pioneering research at Dalhousie University. I encourage colleagues to register for Ovarian Cancer Canada's November Research Symposium in November and learn more about the disease till we find a cure.
Oral questions. Question orale, the honourable leader of the opposition. The government is causing the cost of living to rise, and the inflationary deficit has doubled the national debt. And according to the PBO yesterday, it has doubled the interest rates Canadians will have to pay on the national debt. That's more than we're spending on the military. And the solution for the Liberals is to increase taxes on seniors and workers. Will the government control its spending in order to deal with the deficit and the inflationary taxes on Canadians? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Conservatives don't appear to want to see the facts. The facts are that so far, the federal government has been posting a surplus of $6.3 billion. And the forecast is that Canada will have the lowest deficit of the G7. We will have the lowest GDP, debt to GDP ratio, and this should continue this year. The Leader of the Opposition.
More debt than all previous Canadian prime ministers combined. Doubled the national debt. Those inflationary deficits have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. And now, according to the parliamentary budget officer, we will have to pay twice as much for interest on that national debt, $46 billion, more than the cost of the entire Canadian military. Liberal solution? Higher taxes on paychecks, gas, groceries, and other expenses. Why won't the government cap spending, cut waste, so that it can cancel its inflationary deficits and taxes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Conservatives aren't bothering to even acquaint themselves with the facts. Had they bothered to read the latest fiscal monitor, they would know that so far this fiscal year, the federal government is actually running a surplus of $6.3 billion. The IMF forecasts that Canada will have the lowest deficit in the G7 this year. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 this year, and our AAA credit rating was reaffirmed earlier this year. We believe in fiscal responsibility, and that's what we're demonstrating.
Canadians must spend on national debt interest, and they're tripling the carbon tax, tripling that tax on gas, heat, groceries, and basically every good that has to be transported from one place to another. Now at a time with 40-year highs in inflation, Liberals want to raise those taxes even further. Our young people who are going to school are living in homeless shelters because they cannot afford the cost of living. Will this government cancel this heartless tax increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, for middle-class Canadians, we have cut taxes and made them better off. Today, a single parent in Ontario with 2 kids under 6 and earning $60,000 a year pays nearly $5,600 less in taxes than she did under the Conservatives. And she'll receive nearly $8,900 more through reduced child care fees and the dental benefit. She will be more than $14,400 better off than she was under the Conservatives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Liberals would tell Canadians they've never had it so good. They've never had it so good. Listen, this government is out of touch and Canadians are out of money. Here are the facts. The food bank use triples, hits record almost every month. Daily Bread Food Bank. GTA food banks say they're facing the highest demand in their history. Inflation is driving Ottawa Food Bank to record heights with no end in sight, and students are literally living in homeless shelters while they go to school. And the Liberals think now is the time to raise their energy costs by tripling the carbon tax. Will they cancel this heartless tax hike now?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know who's out of touch, Mr. Speaker? A Conservative leader who thinks now is a good time to slash pension savings. The reckless Conservative scheme would cost $3.8 billion a year. So that means the Conservatives are either planning to increase our deficit by $3.8 billion a year or slash the retirement income of our seniors. They need to come clean. Do they plan to slash pensions, increase the deficit, or did they just not bother to think that far ahead?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The answer is neither. Just like when we were in government, we froze CPP taxes and we protected the CPP, increasing its benefits to seniors every single year we were in office. Now, this government wants to raise taxes on those very same seniors. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in every single province where the carbon tax applies, Canadians pay more in costs than they get back in rebates. And it is especially high in provinces like Quebec, where there is no rebate whatsoever, but will have to pay the increased costs the government is imposing. Will this government cancel this heartless tax hike today?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Talk about a centerpiece of the Conservative economic agenda. Recently, the member for Kingston and the Islands asked the Conservative leader directly if he was finally ready to flip-flop on cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. In response, the Conservative leader couldn't even bring himself to utter the words crypto or Bitcoin. Maybe that's because since he offered his reckless advice, Bitcoin has fallen by 56%. It's time for the Conservative leader to apologize to those Canadians who made the mistake of listening to him.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I borrowed some lemons from the Governor-General, so I owe her quite a bit for those lemon wedges. But what's more humanitarian, Mr. Speaker? Welcoming tens of thousands of asylum seekers in distress, knowing that the majority risk deportation when they had time to settle in Quebec, or is it better to invest $2 billion in qualified staff at the Immigration Department, in requiring asylum seekers to come across a proper border crossing, and reducing delays? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the strength of our asylum system and our immigration system. We work very closely with all stakeholders on the issues at our border. We always work very closely with our partners to respect our domestic and international obligations when it comes to refugee claimants. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I was hoping to have a substantive answer, so I'll ask the Minister something more direct. What's more economical, using existing equipment to welcome asylum seekers, or spending between $500 million and $2 billion more and hiding how much of that money is going to Liberal donors? The Liberals' true colors really come out strongly. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the thing the Canadian and Quebec economies need is labor. Especially in Quebec, there's a serious labor shortage. So the thing we need to do together for the benefit of our country is to welcome more immigrants. We need to be a society that is welcoming to newcomers. That is what our government is going to do, and I hope we'll be able to work very closely with all members here in this place.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are experiencing the highest increase in food prices in 41 years. That means families are having a very difficult time buying groceries and putting food on the table. You know what else has gone up? CEO bonuses. Neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives are willing to call out greedflation, but we are. Will the government support our demand to investigate food prices?
Hear, hear.
Yeah, yeah.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that everyone in our amazing country pays their fair share. In fact, we are raising permanently the corporate income tax on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies by 1.5%. And we have put in place a 15% recovery dividend on the excess profits of these institutions during COVID. We've implemented a 10% luxury tax on luxury cars, planes, and yachts. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The cost of pasta has gone up by over 32%. So it's harder and harder for families to buy their groceries. But it's no harder for CEOs of big companies to afford their groceries because they're making record profits and huge bonuses. Clearly, greedflation is contributing, the greed of CEOs is contributing to inflation. It's fueling it. Will this government heed our demand to investigate food prices? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been and remain determined to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. And that's why we've increased corporate tax rates by 1.5% permanently on banks and insurance companies and the major accounting firms. And we've also implemented a 15% surtax on excessive profits during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hill.
Mr. Speaker, 40-year highs in just inflation, that's where we're at. Payroll taxes have gone from $3,400 to $4,100 under this government, a $700 increase. And the planned EI premium hike is yet another increase on paychecks. So when Canadians are struggling with paying their bills, the government's next move on January 1st is to raise EI premiums on their paychecks. When will they finally give Canadians a break and cancel the planned EI tax hike?
Before going to the minister, I just want to remind the honourable members that you can't do directly what you can't do indirectly. And maybe if you're saying something, maybe just insert the pause where it's supposed to be and avoid any kind of mockery that's made of our system. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are very clear. EI premiums are lower today than when the opposition leader oversaw them. In fact, EI premiums are actually the lowest they've been in decades. And come next January, even though the premium will be increased, it'll still be 25 cents lower than in 2015 under the opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, EI benefits are also way more generous than they were under the Conservatives 10 years ago.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the minister knows that she is collecting more in EI premiums than she will pay to workers. And the finance minister ought to know that the EI surplus goes to their coffers to feed their out-of-control inflationary spending. The government cannot simultaneously say that they understand the pain of Canadians and raise taxes on them. So I will ask again, will they cancel the January 1st tax hikes?
The Honourable Minister for Employment.
The EI premiums are the lowest they've been in decades, and that's a direct result of our government's investment in programs for workers, Mr. Speaker. Special benefits are more generous, Mr. Speaker. The maximum insurable earnings is more generous. Mr. Speaker, workers get more now and pay less.
That's it.
Honorable. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the EI tax increase will take another $2.5 billion out of Canadians' paychecks, not to help the unemployed, but to pay for the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending and to fill their coffers. This money should stay in the pockets of Canadians to help them pay for what they need: gas, groceries, heating, housing, everything that costs more because of this Liberal government's unfair inflationary policies. We can't afford this unjust inflation anymore. Canadians have done their share since 2015. Will the government now scrap its plan to raise their taxes? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand full well that EI premiums allow us to fund our retirements and the CPP premiums as well. In this period of uncertainty, world economic uncertainty, it's completely irresponsible for the Conservatives to suggest that our country is not putting money aside for retirees and for rainy days. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The finance minister, who's racked up the biggest budget deficit in Canadian history, more than all other previous prime ministers put together. That's the lesson she's trying to give us. She has no credibility. The cost of groceries has skyrocketed it's reached its highest level in 40 years. The Liberals are going to do even worse. On January 1st, they're going to raise taxes on workers' paychecks. Instead of hurting everyone, can the Liberals put just inflation on hold and scrap the tax hikes? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives had taken the trouble to read the last financial review, they would have seen that to date, in the current fiscal year, the federal government has posted a $6.3 billion surplus. We have the lowest deficit of G7 countries, and we have a AAA credit rating. The thing Canadians should be afraid of is the Conservatives' desire to cut retired people's pensions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $2.29. That's the price of gas in Surrey. Families and workers in BC are struggling to make ends meet because of the just inflation costs of living crisis. But the Prime Minister and the NDP say they aren't paying enough. They're forcing the people of my province to pay triple in carbon taxes and take gas close to $3 a litre. Will the Prime Minister allow British Columbians to fill their tanks, put food on the table, and cancel his unaffordable carbon tax hike?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, the government certainly is taking action to address affordability, for example, doubling the GST tax credit. With regard to the price on pollution, the honourable member knows that where the federal system is in place, and I would tell her that it is not in place in British Columbia, rebates are issued quarterly, and most Canadian families get a direct rebate and will continue to get a direct rebate that is more than what they pay. But let's be very clear, if we want to ensure affordability on an ongoing basis with respect to climate change, we need to ensure that we have a robust climate plan to ensure we're dealing with the costs of the future. That is something that over 6 months the Leader of the Opposition has refused to talk about. Where is his climate plan?
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rocks.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about today. We're talking about April 1st, when tripling the carbon tax will be imposed on British Columbians. They believe that Made in BC solutions don't work, so they're forcing families, workers, and businesses to pay 3 times more in carbon taxes. Conservatives will give control back to British Columbians over their paychecks, their savings, and their lives. Tomorrow, gas goes to $2.50 a litre in Vancouver. It's shattering all North American records. But that's not enough for this Prime Minister and the NDP. Cancel the tax.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe a bit of history. British Columbia was the proud implementer of the first carbon price in Canada. It was implemented by a conservative premier in British Columbia. British Columbia continues to have its own approach to carbon pricing because they know that's the most efficient way to address pricing going forward. I would just note, Mr. Speaker, that it's pretty perplexing. Every member of the opposition that is...
I'm going to ask the minister to start over so that the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock can hear the answer she did ask for. The honourable minister.
You missed all your targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just note that it's a little bit perplexing given that every member of the opposition sitting in this House campaigned on a platform in the last campaign less than a year ago on the basis of implementing a price on pollution. So are they telling the truth to citizens then, or are they telling the truth now?
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw that the Minister of Public Safety didn't know the difference between an asylum seeker and a smuggler. Let's explain it to him. Asylum seekers are people who come to Canada to claim refugee status. The smugglers are the ones who take advantage of these families by taking their savings in exchange for getting them across at Roxham Road. The smugglers are criminals. Making Roxham Road permanently makes crime pay. So now the minister has figured out who's who. When is he going to start standing up for asylum seekers instead of criminal smugglers? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work of this government on the issue of protecting refugees' rights. Refugees make lots of positive contributions to our economy in Quebec and in Canada, and that's why we need to continue to invest at the border to buy resources for CBSA, and that's why we work very closely with the Quebec government in order to protect refugees' rights and protect the integrity of our system. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we don't get it. We don't see why he thinks Roxham Road is okay. His government is letting poor families get robbed of everything they have on them. Thanks to his government, the main way to claim refugee status in Canada in 2022 is through people smuggling. Refugees are brought to Canada by criminals and given a police welcome. Who finds that appropriate, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the situation at Roxham Road is a challenge, and that's why we have a strategy to deal with it and to deal with the problem of people smuggling. We're investing over $40 million. We have, and we're going to add further resources to protect refugees' rights and to bring those responsible for abuse to justice, and we will continue in that manner. Thank you.
Of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, charitable organizations are playing a key role in delivering disaster relief needed as a result of Hurricane Fiona. The Prime Minister has committed to matching dollar for dollar any donations made to the Red Cross that go to the relief effort in Western Newfoundland and the Maritimes. The Salvation Army is equally as important in providing relief. Will the Prime Minister commit to matching monetary donations to the Salvation Army also and end this double standard?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and I want to convey my sympathies with him in terms of what his constituents are facing in Newfoundland and Labrador. Speaker, everyone is playing a very important role in providing care and services to members of communities who are affected by this storm. We have a long-standing relationship with Red Cross Society. They have a demonstrated ability to provide services at a large scale, as we're seeing right now, to help people as quickly as possible. We'll continue to work with local organizations to provide those essential services. Thank you.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
We're well aware of the understanding that the government has with the Red Cross, and that's great. But sources have confirmed that due to storm surges from Fiona, fish harvesters on the southwest coast of Newfoundland have lost over $2.5 million worth of fishing gear and property. Their insurance policies do not have storm surge riders. Next year's fishing season is not far away. Will the Minister of Fisheries show she cares as much about fishermen as she does about dead lobsters and compensate them in a timely manner so they can prepare for the coming season?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you for that question, and I also want to express my concern to the members' community and the fish harvesters. Mr. Speaker, I've had a chance to hear from and discuss this with provincial premiers, with fish harvesters and their representatives, with members of Parliament, and it is a very distressing situation. We are going to work collectively in partnership to do everything we can for supporting our fish harvesters going forward.
For Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear that the minister has finally used a phone to call fish harvesters. Certainly not cell service, because the cell service in Nova Scotia is substandard for a wealthy country. Cell towers are now running on generator power. Even Liberals have recognized the essential nature of this critical infrastructure for individuals and small businesses. My Premier's called for action. The minister responsible committed to fixing and maintaining this critical infrastructure 3 years ago. When will Canadians see some action and not more platitudes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Premier Houston that the situation with cell service is entirely unacceptable. Later today, along with the Minister of Innovation, I will be meeting with the CEOs of Canada's telecommunications providers, and I will be insisting on better service for the people of Atlantic Canada and for Quebecers, and on a plan to ensure this never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I trust that the Minister of Finance will meet with Premier Houston, not Premier Rankin. 5 days, almost 120 hours have passed since many Nova Scotians have lost power due to Hurricane Fiona. Trees are still on the power lines and blocking roads, and 20% of customers are without power. The military has been requested by Premier Houston, and their presence is desperately needed. When will this Prime Minister get more troops on the ground to clear the debris and get the lights back on in Nova Scotia?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Speaker, I'm happy to confirm for our colleague what the Minister of National Defence said early this morning. Every request from the Government of Nova Scotia for military assistance has been responded to positively. We have said yes to all of the requests from provincial authorities for military assistance. And Mr. Speaker, the good news for my colleague is we'll continue to do exactly that over and over again until this problem is solved.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are struggling to find a place that they can afford to call home.
The Liberal government is siding with wealthy investors to hurt families by treating housing as a stock market. They're letting corporate landlords kick tenants out so that they can jack up their rent to turn a bigger profit. The financialization of housing is also pricing young people out of the market, shattering their dream of home ownership. This is wrong. Will the Liberals put a stop to the financialization of housing and put people before corporate greed?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, we know that speculative investments in the real estate sector are contributing to pushing home prices higher. That's why we've legislated an annual 1% tax on vacant, non-residential, non-Canadian owned properties, as well as a 2-year ban on foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate. We've also committed to reviewing the tax treatment of real estate investment trusts, and we're launching a federal review of housing as an asset class. This is what federal leadership on financialization of housing looks like.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
He didn't answer the question, Mr. Speaker. We're saying stop financialization and put people before corporate greed. Now, as the devastation unfolded for Hurricane Fiona, as people tried desperately to call 911 or contact loved ones, big telecom companies abandoned people, leaving them without cell phone service. And Liberals are letting those irresponsible companies off the hook. Nova Scotia is demanding that the government ensure telecom companies never abandon people in emergencies. Will Liberals enforce these regulations on telecom companies now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister, telecoms providers must ensure their services are working to the greatest extent possible after Hurricane Fiona. This evening, I'll be joining the Minister of Economic Development, Industry and Science and the Deputy Prime Minister to discuss with the telco providers the experience of Atlantic Canadians in losing connectivity, to review the fragilities of this vital infrastructure, and to determine how the expectations of Canadians on reliability and transparency going forward can be met.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a toll on the physical and mental health of public servants. Despite these challenges, they have faithfully served Canadians throughout the pandemic and continue to do so. What is the government doing to work with unions to strengthen healthcare support for public servants? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for Vaughan Woodbridge for his excellent work and excellent French. Good news, Mr. Speaker. We have approved a new public service healthcare plan, a plan that improves support for members at no additional cost to the taxpayer. These are significant changes that will improve support for the 2S LGBTQI+ community and help for mental health. Mr. Speaker, we know that we can achieve great things together, and we will work with unions and retirees to reach this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lethbridge.
The average Canadian now spends more on taxes than they do on food, clothing, and shelter combined. An individual recently came into my office in the riding and said that she had moved into her car because she couldn't make rent. Another couple told me that they live out of their RV because they couldn't make their mortgage payment due to just inflation. These stories are far too common from coast to coast in this country. So I'm asking the government, will they finally demonstrate some compassion and stop their increases in taxes with regards to gas, groceries, and home heating today?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's what the Conservatives want to do. Slash pensions, slash EI, and ignore climate change. We have a better plan. And you know what? I think in their heart of hearts, the Conservatives recognize that. That's why they've done a flip-flop on the GST tax credit. So let me invite them today to concede defeat and support the rest of our plan to help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
No, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do is stop their tax increases. The cost of living is at an all-time high. Interest rates are skyrocketing because of Liberal money printing inflation. And before this Liberal disaster, a third of Canadians were within $200 of not making ends meet. What's the Liberal response? Let's raise taxes, payroll taxes, and the carbon tax. Because taking more money from Canadians, that's really going to solve the affordability crisis. Mr. Speaker, please tell me this government will actually start helping and stop hurting Canadians and stop these tax increases.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'm not going to...
You know, Mr. Speaker, it is time for these Conservatives to come clean with Canadians. Their CPP proposal is an irresponsible scheme to eviscerate the pensions that all Canadians rely on. As personal finance writer Rob Carrick wrote this week, quote, Canada pension plan premiums are not a tax. The CPP is the bedrock of a Canadian retirement plan. The Conservatives want to recklessly undermine the pensions all Canadians depend on, but we won't let them.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If EI isn't in fact a tax, then maybe she wants to update the government website. More taxes mean Canadians have less money to pay for their bills. The carbon tax already increased the price of gas and groceries, which have just driven up inflation. But soon, people will have to take home less pay while trying to cover these higher costs. The Liberals try to sell that as taking care of people. Yet the Finance Minister had to admit that higher payroll tax gives the government another $2.5 billion from workers' paychecks. It's time to quit the excuses. Will this government end their planned tax hikes on Canadians' paychecks?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear on the record. When we brought forward the Canada Child Benefit, who voted against it? The Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, when we brought in the tax decrease on middle-income Canadians, who voted against it? The Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, when we brought in the debt, when we were bringing forward dental benefits, the GST rebate, housing benefits, who is planning on voting against it, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives. Let's be clear on who is supporting Canadians and who is voting against them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater or Omidonti.
Mr. Speaker, just inflation is really hurting the residents of Barrie, Springwater, or Omidonti.
Just going to interrupt that one and maybe ask the member to start over. We're having a little bit of a discrepancy here on what can be used. If I can have everyone calm down. Just waiting so that we can. Yeah, no, I understand. The Honourable Member couldn't hear me. There's some play on words that really are doing indirectly what you can't do directly. So I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to start over and maybe correct his error.
Mr. Speaker, just inflation. Just this week, the executive director of the Barrie Food Bank stated, everything we buy is more expensive. She also noted that people who have historically donated to the Barrie Food Bank are now using it to feed their families. The number of households who've accessed the food bank in August was up 60% compared to last year. Would the Prime Minister please acknowledge we have a serious affordability crisis and commit to cancelling the proposed EI and carbon tax increases that will only cause more pain for hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's put some numbers on the table. 450,000. 450,000 children have been lifted out of poverty since we brought forward the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, instead of sending checks to millionaires, we're sending benefits to hardworking Canadian families who need that help. Mr. Speaker, we understand the high cost of living. We understand the high cost of raising a family. That's why we have put more money in the pockets of Canadians than Conservatives have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has transformed Roxham Road into a permanent border crossing. That's not us saying this, it's the RCMP. In 2020, the RCMP entered into an agreement for, and I quote, nursing services at the Roxham border crossing. That's how they've said it. Mr. Speaker, even the RCMP is now treating Roxham Road as if it were an ordinary customs post, except it is not a customs post, it's a way to get around them. Instead of creating a parallel customs system run by the police, why not simply suspend the safe third country agreement so the families can go through real customs? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we have an agreement with the US to protect the rights of refugees with a process that is transparent, fair and equitable, and that offers legal consequences if people abuse the system. So we will continue to modernize the agreement with the United States of America in order to strengthen our asylum system. That is the best way for us to move forward. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, what the government calls irregular entries at the borders, well, it's supposed to be irregular, but in Quebec, 98% of the asylum seekers received by land went through Roxham Road. 98%. So there's no one going through border crossings, apparently. When we take all the provinces and all the land, sea and air entries, Roxham Road accounts for 64% of Canada's asylum seekers. Does the Minister think it is normal that under his watch, a regular entry at Roxham Road has become the official and internationally recognised way to claim asylum in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, listen. Our asylum claim system must be robust and humane. There are no magical solutions. Asking to close Roxham Road or suspend the agreement will have the contrary effect, no doubt. And as we have mentioned a number of times already, Mr. Speaker, what we have to do is modernise this agreement, and that is exactly what we are doing by working with the United States of America on a more sustainable system.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, this government may just dismiss it as just inflation, but these are very difficult times for Canadians that they keep dismissing. People in BC are struggling to feed their families and have to make tough choices between paying for food, gas, TELUS, Hydro, and Fortis. Countless people can barely pay their rent, never mind thinking of saving for a down payment for a home. Now this government is looking to make those hard-earned dollars stretch even less, especially for low-income workers. So my question today is very simple to this government. Will they stop their planned tax hike on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
We're providing real help to Canadian renters through the Canada Housing Benefit, which is already providing an average of $2,500 to many vulnerable renters across the country. And in recent legislation, we've introduced a top-up to that Canada Housing Benefit, a one-time payment of $500. Now, if the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon cared about Canadian renters, he would speak to his colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who played procedural games in this chamber to delay the passage of that real help that is going towards vulnerable renters in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are getting walloped by not just inflation. Even after paying more for everything because of liberal inflation, Canadians spending more on taxes than food, clothing, and shelter combined. Yet here comes the Liberals with another tax hike come January. Now, there's no way for the Liberals to spin these tax hikes. Come January, Canadians will have less money in their pockets and smaller paychecks. So will the government commit to cancelling these damaging paychecks?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk a little bit about EI. So the EI contribution rate today is $1.58. Next year, it's going to be $1.63. And guess what? Both of those rates are lower than every single year when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. So let's be clear about the Conservative schemes. They are proposing to slash our pensions. They're proposing to undermine the EI system. They are even disagreeing with things they actually did when they were...
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk facts. Hardworking families in my riding are already struggling to fill their tanks, put food on their table, and keep a roof over their head, all because of this government's overspending. This Liberal government has tripled down on the carbon tax. And the reality is that Canadians on January 1st will wake up to smaller paychecks. The last thing my constituents need is another federal assault on their hard-earned paycheck. Canadians are at a breaking point. The cupboards are bare, and this government just doesn't get it. I'm asking them to show some compassion and cancel their planned raid on Canadian paychecks. Mr. Speaker, will they do that?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely compassionate when it comes to families in this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was in British Columbia on Friday making a really important childcare announcement. British Columbian families are going to save up to $6,600 a year on the cost of childcare by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians, and what the Conservatives are talking about will hurt Canadians further. Hardworking Canadians that have saved for their pensions, that need that employment insurance in tough times. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there for Canadians. I hope the Conservatives would.
The Honourable Member
for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, across the country this week is Concussion Awareness Week. In 2018-2019, an estimated 46,000 children and young people were formally diagnosed with concussion by hospital emergency departments. This after being injured whilst doing physical activity. Can the Minister for Sport tell us what our government is doing to reduce these accidents as much as possible? The Honourable Minister for Sport. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question and her work on behalf of her constituents. Our government is supporting national sport organisations to improve rules, improve training protocols, as well as improve behaviour in training protocols to reduce the risk of concussions. Our government has invested $46.1 million thus far, with more to come, in the fields of research and measures to improve prevention, diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries, including concussions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, last week in the Justice Minister's hometown, there was a shooting outside the Bell Centre. And yesterday, a man was shot near the riding of the Public Safety Minister. In fact, violent crime in Canada has increased 32% since the Liberals took office. But instead of reducing crime, Liberals are reducing the number of violent criminals going to jail thanks to their soft on crime Bill C-5. We don't need less criminals in jail, we need less victims of crime. On this side of the House, Conservatives will always put the safety of Canadians first. Will the Prime Minister finally withdraw the soft on crime Bill C-5?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the security of Canadians is our absolute priority, and serious crimes, Mr. Speaker, will always carry with them serious consequences. I reject the premise of the honourable member's question. What we are doing with Bill C-5 is putting an end to policies from the Harper government that have failed. They have failed to make Canadians safer, and they have wasted valuable police and judicial resources on infractions that are better treated, not incarceration. What we are doing with C-5, Mr. Speaker, is being able to put more resources into serious crime, as Justice Michael Moldaver has recently said we ought to be doing.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberals formed government, serious violent crime has substantially increased. Homicides alone up 30%. This is a direct result of this government's soft on crime agenda and lack of empathy towards victims. Now, thanks to Bill C-5, weapons trafficking, robbery with a firearm, drive-by shootings, fentanyl trafficking, kidnapping will no longer be punishable by mandatory sentences. Why does this government continue to advocate for criminals while recklessly neglecting the rights of victims?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the security of Canadians is our absolute priority. What we are doing with Bill C-5 is allowing for more resources to be spent on the very serious crimes that the honourable member is referring to. Those serious crimes, Mr. Speaker, will always carry with them serious consequences. But all that the failed Conservative tough-on-crime policies left us with was not public security, not greater public security, Mr. Speaker, but increased overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black people in our criminal justice system. We're reversing that, Mr. Speaker, by putting the resources on the serious crime where they ought to be.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the phenomenon of scoring, which involves scoring points by shooting innocent victims at random, is growing in Montreal. According to police sources, this behaviour may be behind the attack in the Rivière-des-Prairies neighbourhood, where an innocent 25-year-old woman was shot in the legs in a hail of gunfire. In response to this violence in Montreal, the Prime Minister wants to abolish minimum sentences for the crimes of illegal importation, intentional discharge and theft of a firearm. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he is wrong with Bill C-5 and stop it in its track? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Public safety is our absolute priority. What we are doing with Bill C-5 is eliminating policies that were failures from the Harper government that bogged down the justice system and that filled our prisons with minor infractions, Mr. Speaker. These resources would be better spent on serious infractions and serious crimes. Mr. Speaker, serious crimes, serious consequences.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, part of reconciliation means continuing to support Indigenous communities across Canada. Last week, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety announced a historic agreement with the Siksika Nation in Alberta for self-administered policing services. Can the Minister of Public Safety please speak to how Indigenous policing agreements are advancing the government's commitment to reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I want to thank my colleague for the question and for his advocacy. Last week, I was very honored and pleased to announce, for the first time in 14 years, a new self-governing agreement which will bring back the Siksika Police Service. I think this is the product of work of many of my colleagues in government, and I do want to take a moment to thank Chief Ouray. I want to take a moment to thank Alberta, who has collaborated with us on this. This is a way in which we can ensure the advancement of the principles of reconciliation and empowering Indigenous communities to lead policing initiatives so that they can protect their communities as every other non-Indigenous community across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the decisions being made right now on issues like the climate crisis and housing affordability have a tremendous bearing on the lives of young people, and they deserve a say. Now, in 2005, the current government House Leader rose in this place and said, "I think that reducing the voting age to 16 represents an incredible opportunity." Well, I agree, and he's in luck, because in a few minutes, he has a chance to vote yes and send Bill C-210, the Right to Vote at 16 Act, off to committee. My question to him, will he support, and will his government support this important bill?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I hope it doesn't surprise you that I'm happy to speak for the government House Leader on this issue. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government and the Prime Minister in particular have made very, very significant efforts to encourage young people to be involved in our parliamentary democracy. Our government has constantly taken steps to ensure that our democracy is open and inclusive for all people, particularly young people. Mr. Speaker, I would note that Elections Canada has also done very important work in this area. I had a very good conversation with my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and we look forward to working with him on this important issue in the months ahead.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, according to Restaurants Canada, over the last 12 months, 43% more restaurants have closed than opened. In my riding, restaurants are paying as much as 3 times more for food and materials. Pre-pandemic, vegetable oil was only $16 for 16 liters. Today, it's $53. Mr. Speaker, with the businesses fighting to survive and with few tourists brave enough to visit a Canadian airport, What is the government's latest answer to curbing rampant inflation and soaring food prices, beyond re-announcing programs that may or may not come into existence in this decade?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that important question. Small businesses, particularly restaurants across the country, have seen enormous support from the people in their communities throughout this pandemic, and I thank them for ordering online and for supporting them throughout a very, very tough time. We have been with them, had their back throughout this pandemic, and I want to assure this member and all small businesses and all those restaurants, just like the one I grew up in and worked in, that we've got their back and we will continue to help them through this difficult time.
That's all the time we have for question period today. I believe we have a whole slew of points of orders. Nous allons commencer avec le...
We will begin with the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there were consultations among the parties, and I believe that you would find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House strongly condemns threats, intimidation, and hateful comments against parliamentarians and their families, and offers its full support to those who are victims.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'on...
So, all those opposed, please say nay. Very good. The House has heard the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion say no. Adopted.
Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, the government should designate the month of September every year as National Recovery Awareness Month to recognize and support Canadians' recovery from addiction and to demonstrate that recovery from addiction is possible, attainable, and sustainable. Hear, hear.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find consent for the following, unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the motion for second reading of Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancement to good and service tax, harmonized sales tax credit, be deemed adopted on division, and the bill be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
All those opposed to the honourable member or minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Okay. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. Oh, excusez.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I'll correct it.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for paying such close attention to what I'm saying. Consequently, accordingly, this bill is referred to the Finance Committee.
Okay, very good. We have a rappel au règlement.
On a point of order.
Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the motion proposed by my colleague in the Bloc Québécois. And in light of that, in relation to the motion that we just adopted, and that All parliamentarians are committed to dealing with threats and intimidation. There have been discussions amongst the House leaders, and I hope that I will get unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House condemn the threatening remarks of Dale Smith, a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery, who responded through a tweet to a question proposed in the House by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, stating that, quote, "When horses are this lame, you shoot them."
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, we don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. Order. 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 The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the motion for second reading of Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, be deemed adopted on division, deemed read a second time, and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that. No. That's it? Nobody else? Oh, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A March 22 report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer shows the carbon tax will be a net cost to Canadian families. I'm seeking unanimous consent to table this report because today in question period, the official opposition cited this. I'm sure everybody will support this net cost to Canadians.
Pretty obvious that there was no consent on that one. It being 3:24, conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply.
Sid, call in the members. La question est la.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Ms. Finley, moved that in the opinion of the House, given that the government's tax increases on tax, home heating, and indirectly groceries will fuel inflation, and that the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported the carbon tax costs 60% of households more than they get back, the government must eliminate its plan to triple the carbon tax. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Bezan. Mr. Bezan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Ms. Landsman. Ms. Landsman. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Ms. Dancho. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nater. Mr. Nater. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Duncan, Stormandandas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteff.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Saeed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Letenzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Couto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
I just want to double check. La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Baines.
I vote no.
Mr. Baines, no. Contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Contre.
Monsieur Robillard, contre. Against.
La table va mettre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Oh, nous avons un autre. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr, I believe you're on mute.
I vote no.
Mr. Carr, against. Contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 209, 209.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-206 under private members' business.
La question, the following one. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved that Bill S-206, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons by the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Cooper.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième, fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Back to Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Kelly and Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Abultave.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lord.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Hallam.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlaut.
Miss Idlaut.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Hobart.
Excuse, à ma gauche.
Mr. Hobart.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bezan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Danshaw.
Ms. Danshaw.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui
All those to my right in favour of the motion will please write. 6th row.
Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagby.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouver.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those at my right at the third row in favor.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sandaguri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dugid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dabrusen.
Ms. Dabrusen.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. 6th row. 5th row. 4th row. 3rd row. 2nd row. 1st row. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion
All those to my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
5e rangée. 4e rangée. 3e rangée. 2e rangée. 1ère rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Carr.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Carr, pour.
Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard, vous êtes en sourdine.
Pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote. Does it have to do with the vote? Okay, we have the Honourable Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize, of course, for interfering, but the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley is here. He rose in his seat, but it's not noted on the dashboard, so I was just going to bring that to your attention, and hopefully we can get that fixed so his vote is included. Thank you.
Okay. The diligent folks at the table have already caught that and got it all under control.
Yeas pour 240, 240. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M2 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Aria. What did I say? M42, M42. What did I say? Oh, sorry, my mistake. La question.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Aria, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the socio-economic development of Canada and their services to the Canadian society, the richness of Hindu heritage and its vast contribution to the world of arts and science, astronomy, to medicine, and its culture and traditions, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon it for our future generations in Canada by declaring November every year Hindu Heritage Month. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Aria.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
At my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Ruddocup.
Mr. Redicup.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr.
Sorry.
Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair de Gagny.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Galland.
Mrs. Galland.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Abultave.
Mr. Aboutier.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Duncan Stormandandas Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Boldenelli.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlov.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Delton.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bezan.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancher.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la...
All those to my right who are opposed to the motion, please say no. Sixth row.
Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui opposent la...
All those to my left who are opposed to the motion, please rise.
Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If some members were unable to vote because of electronic problems, they can now raise their hand and the Speaker will recognize them. Mr. Robillard. 4.
Mr. Carr.
I vote yes.
4. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-210 under the private member's business. La question.
The question is the following one.
Bachrach, seconded by Ms. Idlut, moved that Bill C-210, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act voting age, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the item,
Mr. Bachrach.
We will now now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Quatrième.
Fourth row to my left.
Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row to my left.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row to my left.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlaut.
Miss Idlaut.
Première rang.
First row to my left.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Chahal. Madame Châtel.
Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Vancouverden. Ms. May Saanich-Garfalins.
May Saanich-Garfalins.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée à ma...
First row to my right.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Row on my left.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Balfour's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Balfour's
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Fourth row on my left.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Dalton Garner.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteff.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Ferreri.
Miss Ferreri.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row to my left.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finlay.
Miss Finlay.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangary.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Halland.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
First row on my left.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bizan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
All those on my on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latenzio.
Mr. Tenzio.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagby.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Back to Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Back to Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row to my right.
Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
First row on my right.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
La Chambre attendant maintenant la fin de la.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Carr.
Vote no.
Carr against, Comte.
Before going to the table, Ms. Bradford has something to say.
I missed my vote.
I'm sorry?
I believe I missed my vote.
Okay.
I vote nay.
Vote nay. Ms. Carr. Ms. We'll need unanimous consent to allow Ms. Bradford to vote. Do we have unanimous consent? Yes? Yes. Very good.
Ms. Bradford, Comte against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 77, 77. Nays contre 245, 245.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 4.
No more votes.
Just go with the House will now proceed.
That's what I figured. Okay, very good. The House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-238 under private members' business. La question est la suite.
The question is the following. Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-238, an act respecting the French language, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. Mr. Bellefeuille.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Sixth row.
Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
À ma gauche.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Okay, apparemment, on a eu un petit problème.
Apparently there was a small problem. We are going to go back to the fifth row.
Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Rangée.
First row.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Retour à Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Et ensuite, Monsieur Terrien et Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixième rang.
Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Third row. Second row.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Pearson.
First row.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui sont à ma gauche qui
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Deltramo.
Whoops. Are we sixth? Sixth row?
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazer.
Back to Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Fifth row opposed to the motion.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzen.
Mr. Benzen.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Ms. Ladoux.
Miss Gladue.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finlay.
Miss Finlay.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Gauche.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bezan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Landsman.
Lansman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Dancho.
Mr. Nature.
Mr. Nature.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui sont
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
all those on my right opposed to fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. MacDonald Avalon.
Mr. MacDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those at my right opposed on the Fourth row.
Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Nagvi. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Miss Stubbs. Miss Suds. Mr. Fragiscaros. Mr. Chang. Mr. Johari. Mr. Lightbound.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Aria. Ms. Vandenbelt. Madame Brière. Mr. Bittol. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Dugid. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Assassi.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Gros. Mr. Scarpalegia. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Ms. Jones. Madame Fortier. Ms. Murray. Ms. Gould. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Hussein.
First row on my right.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Lametti. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Jasek. Ms. Chagger.
La Chambre attendra à la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Carr. I believe you're on mute, Mr. Carr.
I vote no.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 56, 56. Nays contre 267, 267.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-252 under private members' business.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Romanado moved that Bill C-252 enact to amend the Food and Drug Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Lattanzio.
Ms. Lattanzio.
We'll now proceed to members voting in person. All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Edmonton East, Stony
Mr.
Creek.
Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Essasi.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée à ma...
First row on my right.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Retour à Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Savard-Tremblay.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row on my left.
Monsieur Garron.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idloud.
Miss Idloud.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. All those on my right. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Reddecup.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Dowdall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr.
Mr.
Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aboutave.
Mr. Aboutiev.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Ms. Gladue.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangari.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangari.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Hupal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Carr.
I vote yes.
4 pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour.
Cormier pour 4.
La table, le bureau va...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Avant d'annoncer le vote.
Before I announce the vote, I think that we have a technical issue. Mr. Simard, you have something to ask? Yes, well, I voted for, Mr. Speaker. Could you repeat? I didn't hear anything. I voted for, Mr. Speaker, and it looks like I voted against. What do we have? We will check to see how your vote was registered.
Okay, j'aimerais rassurer le député que...
I'd like to reassure the member that his vote is a yes vote.
Maintenant la table.
Now the table will compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays, contre 114, 114.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Here, I'll talk to you in the back.
Ready? Order. I believe we have a question of privilege from the honourable member from. See, things I should know, and I always mix up. PERS Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I do rise on a question of privilege for which I gave notice earlier this same day. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege regarding the conduct of the member for St. Catharines, who attempted to intimidate Scott Benzie, a witness appearing before a committee of the Senate studying Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, as reported yesterday by the Globe and Mail. While I appreciate that this attempt to intimidate relates to the proceedings of a Senate committee currently studying Bill C-11, the culprit in this case is a member of the House, and that same witness appeared before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage during its deliberations on Bill C-11. An appearance where Mr. Benzie no doubt first established himself as an undesirable witness for the government on the merits of Bill C-11. Normally, it is members who bring to the attention of a committee of the House the matter of outside actors intimidating witnesses before committee. But this case is unique in that it is a member of the House of Commons doing the intimidating in another jurisdiction, the Senate. In addition, it relates to a bill for which I have responsibilities as the Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage that had originated in the House of Commons and is now before the Senate. While this type of offence may not fall within one of the specifically defined categories of privilege, the category of contempt allows the House to deal with the unorthodox nature of this case. Pages 81 to 82 of Boskin Gagnon state, quote, "Throughout the Commonwealth, most procedural authorities hold that contempts, as opposed to privileges, cannot be enumerated or categorized. Speaker Sauvé explained in a 1980 ruling, while our privileges are defined, contempt of the House has no limits. When new ways are found to interfere with our proceedings, so too will the House, in appropriate cases, be able to find that a contempt of the House has occurred." End quote. Another perspective of parliamentary privilege is the notion that behaviour of members fall within the exclusive jurisdiction of this House. At pages 181 to 183 of Manjoy's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, it clearly states that the Commons' jurisdictions over its members is absolute and exclusive, whereby the House has the power to enforce discipline on members of the House of Commons. Page 76 of Boskin Gagnon refers to one of the rights of the House recognized by the Supreme Court, that is, the disciplinary authority over its members. The next question is why the House exercises its disciplinary authority over a member in this case. Simply put, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Attempts by anyone to intimidate a witness before a committee is considered a contempt. It is particularly offensive that it is a member of this House who is attempting to interfere with the work of a committee in a manner that would be considered a contempt had it been attempted by a member of the public. In the Globe and Mail story I referred to earlier, it reports, quote, "A Liberal MP has asked the lobbying commissioner to investigate an outspoken critic of the federal government's online streaming bill for failing to immediately disclose funding from YouTube and TikTok. The Heritage Minister's Parliamentary Secretary asked Lobbying Commissioner Nancy Bélanger to launch an investigation into Digital First Canada, an organization that advocates for YouTubers and people posting videos on platforms. Scott Benzie, who's the Executive Director, questioned the motivation of the Minister's Parliamentary Secretary in referring him to the Lobbying Commissioner. He said that the MP had not asked for a probe into organizations receiving outside funding, both public and private, that had given evidence in favour of Bill C-11. Mr. Benzie said that he was speaking out about the bill because no other group was representing the views of individuals posting videos on YouTube, including creators making $16 a month, and that he was concerned about the impact of the legislation on their livelihoods." End quote. A similar situation occurred on December 4, 1992. The then member for Glengarry Prescott Russell rose in this House to bring to the attention of the Speaker the intimidation of a witness appearing before a committee of the House for remarks she made during testimony at that committee. The CBC threatened a lawsuit against the witness because of evidence she presented at the committee. The Speaker ruled the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege. Also noteworthy in this case is that the Speaker came to this conclusion without a report from a committee. In this case, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage is threatening an investigation against a witness because of evidence he presented to a committee. Page 267 of the 24th edition of Erskine May states, quote, "Any conduct calculated to deter prospective witnesses from giving evidence before either House or a committee is a contempt." End quote. Similar statements are made at page 82 of Boskin Gagnon, which explains that witnesses are protected from threat or intimidation. Paragraph 15.23 of Erskine May 25th edition states, quote, "Both houses will treat the bringing of legal proceedings against any person on account of any evidence which they may have given in the course of any proceedings in the House or before one of its committees is a contempt." On April 13, 2000, the Senate Standing Committee on Privileges, Standing Rules and Orders presented its fifth report, dealing with allegations about reprisals against a witness. The report stated, in part, as follows, quote, "The Senate and all senators view with great seriousness any allegations of possible intimidation or harassment of a witness or potential witness before a Senate committee. In order for the Senate to discharge its functions and duties properly, it must be able to call and hear from witnesses without being threatened or fearing any repercussions. Any interference with a person who has given evidence before a Senate committee or who is planning to is an interference with the Senate itself and cannot, be tolerated." End quote. Mr. Speaker, our privileges are necessary to allow us to perform our duties and to defend against threats against the authority of this Parliament. The fact that this threat came from within this place is particularly distressing. Mr. Speaker, even if you have some doubts about this case involving a Senate committee and the conduct of a member of the House of Commons, I urge you to give this case the benefit of the doubt. I refer you to Mangio, second edition of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada at page 227, which I'll quote for your benefit. In the final analysis, in areas of doubt, the Speaker asks simply, does the act complained of appear at first sight to be a breach of privilege, or, to put it shortly, has the member an arguable point? If the Speaker feels any doubt on the question, he should leave it to the House. In a ruling of October 24, 1966, at page 9005 of the debates, the Speaker said, and again I quote, "In considering this matter, I ask myself, what is the duty of the Speaker in cases of doubt? If we take into consideration that the moment the Speaker is not asked to render a decision as to whether or not the article complained of constitutes a breach of privilege, considering also that the Speaker is the guardian of the rules, rights, and privileges of the House and its members, and that he cannot deprive them of such privileges when there is uncertainty in his mind, I think at this preliminary stage of the proceedings, the doubt which I have in my mind should be interpreted to the benefit of the member." Further, on March 27, 1969, page 853 of the debates states the following: "The member has perhaps a grievance against the government in that capacity rather than in his capacity as a member of Parliament. On the other hand, honourable members know that the House has always exercised great care in attempting to protect the rights and privileges of its members. Since there is some doubt about the interpretation of the precedents in this situation, I would be inclined to resolve that doubt in favour of the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, there are ample precedents to allow you to put this matter to the House and to have it decide on the best course of action and what it might be. If you do give this matter the benefit of the doubt and find a prima facie question of privilege, I am, of course, prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First, I want to thank the member for that point. I believe we have an intervention on the same point from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just on this point of order, we've had an opportunity to listen to this and would like to get back to you with some comments on it. So if you would be so kind as to give us a couple days to do that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Of course, the Honourable Member for Powell River, North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for, of course, bringing this to our attention, and the NDP reserves the right to reply. Thank you.
I believe that the Honourable Member for La Prairie would like to take the floor. Mr. Speaker, we have heard and noted what my colleague had to say, and we reserve the right to reply or to react ulteriorly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you to everyone for their interventions.
Of course, we will take this under advisement and come back to the House as soon as possible. Order is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Felton, Isles and Rideau Lake, Health.
Député.
The Honourable Member for St Albert, Edmonton, Foreign Affairs. And the Honourable Member for Port Moodley, Coquitlam, Persons with Disabilities.
Okay. There we go. Now, time for daily routine at 5 o'clock. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports of committees. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Inaudible for the interpreter. The microphone is off. Industry and Technology named How Can Canada Remain a Leader in the Global Quantum Marathon? Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asked the government to table a response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, any other reports from committees? Nope. Introduction of private. Do you have a committee report or do you have a motion?
Thought it was a committee.
I think you have a motion.
Is it okay?
There you go.
Tell me what it is.
Merci. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999.
Amendments to the Food and Drug Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate virtual elimination act be now read a first time. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
All right. Motions. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a motion, and thank you for the floor. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources presented on Monday, June 20th, 2022 be modified to append the dissenting opinion of the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was a unanimous. You were asking for unanimous consent, correct? Okay. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. And the motion is carried.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I will talk to you about a brain disease, which is the main cause of death by brain tumor in children. With the partnership with my colleague, the member for Toronto Danforth, the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, the member for Sault Ste. Marie, and St. Prince George, Northern Rockies, I have a petition signed by more than 13,000 people asking for May 17th of every year to be the National Day of Awareness for GITC, to raise awareness of this disease, to give hope to Canadian families, to ensure good research funding, and to save our young people. On behalf of Isabelle, the little warrior Florence, let's work together for children afflicted by this rare disease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to present petition E3940, which has been signed by over 800 Canadians who are calling on this Liberal government to cancel the planned fertilizer reduction policy. Canadians understand that limiting fertilizer would decrease food production and therefore further increase the cost of food at a time of record inflation. They also know that limiting fertilizer would increase the cost to farmers and hinder economic growth. This also comes at a time when Canadians are using food banks at record rates. Canadians want their government to stand up for Canadian farmers and cancel the fertilizer reduction plan. I wholeheartedly support them.
Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise and present a petition on a burning issue for my constituents, which is the plight of Pacific salmon. They're a species on the brink. The petitioners call for the Government of Canada to remove the conflict of interest found within the Fisheries Act, which calls on the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. The current act has the Department of Fisheries and Oceans as a promoter of salmon aquaculture and also as a regulator of salmon aquaculture. They call for the mandate of DFO to be specifically the promotion of sustainable fisheries and protecting the habitat of salmon. And they particularly, these petitioners, I'll just wrap it up, Mr. Speaker, I know, the petitioners call on the government to implement all of the recommendations of the Commission on Salmon of Mr. Justice Cohen, and also to ensure that the government live up to the Liberal election promise to get these toxic fish factories out of the water. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of a number of my constituents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Specifically, they're identifying that on April 29th of this year, the Liberal government introduced an order to provide further restrictions on licensed firearms owners, specifically via a shadow registry. They point out the previous gun registry cost taxpayers over $1 billion, and they point out that this unfairly targets Canadian firearms owners who possess a legitimate possession and acquisition license and restricted possession and acquisitions license, that they are already the most vetted and daily screened Canadians, and it's proven statistically that they're much less likely to commit a crime than non-PAL or RPAL holders, and they therefore call upon the government to immediately repeal the order that was passed on April 29th of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. No, okay, we'll move on. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Okay, and notices of motion, production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And likewise, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Okay. Should we go to Je pense que c'est bien? Okay. Je pense que
I think it's the member for Mirabel who has something to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently you asked for members' observations on the possibility that my bill, C-290, on the integrity of the public sector would require royal recommendation. You didn't specify which part of the bill led to this, but I think there are two sections that might need to be analyzed. Section 5 that says that the public administrator must offer support to public service whistleblowers, and there's also 3.3 that offers protection to public servants who are whistleblowers. This, in my opinion, would not generate any expenses that aren't covered by royal recommendations already, and that's what I will try to lay out today. So on C-290, it would amend the act that protects public servant whistleblowers to make it more efficient. This was after the sponsorship scandal, and the goal was to protect public service whistleblowers. Often it's only one person within the government who's able to see illegal actions, cases of abuse of power, or political interference that should be the domain of the nonpartisan public service. The Act seeks to protect public servants, and it created the Office of the Public Service Integrity Commissioner. About 15 years after the law was passed, we see that it hasn't given the results we were hoping for, and the federal government has one of the worst records on protecting whistleblowers, according to the International Bar Association. Small flaws throughout the bill, when we add them up, make it basically useless. A too narrow definition of wrongdoing means that a number of things pointed out aren't covered by the Act. So complaints can be rejected and the public servant wouldn't be protected, whether it's protection against wrongdoing or protection of being anonymous. The Act doesn't clearly protect witnesses. When there's an internal investigation by a person under authority, that can lead to problems. And that is what my bill is seeking to correct. That brings me to Section 5. The General Administrator must provide support to public service whistleblowers. Even if the nature of the support isn't pointed out, it wouldn't be financial support, that's clear. There's no new financial support. That's it. Section 5 support would be more about information, accompaniment, advice, things that are part of the normal attributes of administrators. In short, ensuring that when a public servant notices wrongdoing, the public servant knows his or her rights, knows where to go, and isn't left alone. That leads me to 3.3 of my bill. That would amend the definition of a public servant to add any person who is hired to provide services to the public service. And in 3.5, it says that a contract can't be rescinded because wrongdoing was indicated. This leads to no expense that wasn't already set out, and this is why. First, the current law already has provisions on contracts. 42.2 says governments can't withhold payment from a contract. And the government can't cancel a contract because another party to the contract or an employee communicated information about wrongdoing. Whistleblowing can't be a reason to refuse a new contract, but the definition of contract is restrictive, and because it doesn't include a person named by the Governor General or the Minister. A construction company that sees that a payment wasn't properly made is protected, but the person hired on a temporary basis possibly isn't, because that could be a casual worker. Under the law, that person could be excluded because it's the attributes of a public servant, but doesn't have the other protections given to public servants because the person is a casual worker. I'm thinking of a person who would have a 3-month contract at the revenue agency during tax season. These people have a precarious status. They don't have their job protection, and these are the people who need the most protection. They're not completely without protection currently. They have the protection of their contract, which is already under the Crown. Under civil or common law, the government can't unilaterally amend a contract or end it arbitrarily. That's already how things are. The financial commitments of the government are set out in the contract, regardless of whether C-290 is adopted or not. It would be a civil trial in the case we're talking about. C-290 would only change the administrative process. And if my bill is adopted, the whistleblower's anonymity will be protected, and there could be an investigation that would lead to an end to wrongdoing. And say the contract was canceled, the commissioner could help this person undertake measures with the government rather than go to the courts at the civil level in order to have the provisions of the contract respected. But it doesn't change the terms of the contract or financial obligations. In sum, Mr. Speaker, C-290 doesn't amend the government's contractual obligations. They're already set out at the civil level and in Section 3 of the Financial Administration Act. C-290 changes absolutely nothing. It doesn't generate any new expenses not set out currently and doesn't affect the amount or the terms of the amount. So I don't think it needs royal recommendation, and I hope you will conclude the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie.
I thank the honourable member for Mirabel for his comments on this point of order.
Voilà. Personne d'autre sur des appels.
No one else for points of order?
Clear? All right. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, resuming
Government orders.
of Bill C-29 and the National Council for Reconciliation Act.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 81 minutes. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really honored to be able to rise again in this place to discuss Bill C-29, a bill that is intended to establish the National Body for Reconciliation, and one that I think that has been really called for a really long time. But I really want to adjust folks' imagination about what reconciliation should be. When we imagine what reconciliation is in our country, we should imagine one where Indigenous people, First Nations, Métis and Inuit truly have an opportunity to be themselves and excel in their own domains. What we're seeing, however, is a government that is insistent on going as slow as possible to ensure that these basic dignities and rights are truly recognized. When we think about how little I think we've gone in the last 7 years with this government, it's astonishing to survivors who are at that point in their life where they've now told their story. They thought that while telling the truths of their own experience in residential schools and the 60s scoop, through the current CFS system, that things would truly change. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, the reality facing Indigenous people today. There are more children in care now than were taken through the residential school period. There's more children that are continuously living in poverty without food and in many cases without even shelter and water. These are the conditions of Indigenous people in my community, which are Métis communities, Inuit communities, and First Nations communities right across the country. Best estimates put this government at 13 of the 94 calls to action. 13, Mr. Speaker, 7 years this government has had an opportunity to address these systemic problems. But Indigenous people are begging the question, does this government truly care? Let's back up 7 years. This Prime Minister said the most important relationship to this government would be with Indigenous people. What's happening to our relatives is truly a shame. It's an abomination to the fact that these survivors have given so much. The reciprocity that's needed now needs to be able to move mountains, not pebbles like what is currently being on display by this Liberal government. Indigenous people deserve so much more, Mr. Speaker. My hope is that we can reach deep into the understanding of this country and find lessons deep within. I am not the first Indigenous member of Parliament to be in this place talking about these things. As a matter of fact, Louis Riel, even to the time he was elected, he was unable to even stand in this place to talk about the justice for our people. And now that we've struggled and climbed to this place in order to deliver what we hope is a message to this government that they aren't going fast enough and that people are dying. Our relatives. Day after day after day while we wait. And on the top of this government's agenda is to finally establish, the national body for reconciliation. This is 7 years. This is unacceptable. New Democrats will support this bill, Mr. Speaker, but rest assured, Indigenous people will not stop until there's truly justice. Justice that accounts for the lost resources. From coast to coast to coast, Canadians have to realize, every member of Parliament must realize, you stand on Indigenous land. Thousands of years of history. It's a matter of dignity and respect, Mr. Speaker, for where we truly are. When you're a guest in someone's house, you don't go in there and steal everything and wreck the place. But what we're seeing with the massive pollution, whether it's in Fort McMurray into the tailings ponds, or it's the Ring of Fire, or if it's Indigenous children, what we're seeing is Indigenous people are continuously pushed to the fringes of what should be a time for true justice. Survivors have put their stories forward, have shed tears, bringing out the pins and needles that are stuck deep within their heart to share with Canadians a true fact, which is that this country has harmed Indigenous people, even though it wasn't all that long ago, just a few generations, we made a great treaty with one another. Where I'm from, it's known as Treaty 6. And to be betrayed so greatly, to have no potential for justice for the residential school survivors, even the fact that some of the perpetrators of that violence are still at large. Mr. Speaker, this is real pain that Indigenous communities have, to know that the people who've hurt them in those schools are still walking on the streets. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Canada that I want to be a part of and the Canada that I think everyone deserves, particularly Indigenous people, must recognize the basic human rights of Indigenous people. It must recognize that Indigenous people are the stewards and landowners of this place. This is Turtle Island, Mr. Speaker, and I wish all members, through you, can find deep within themselves that own truth, that when they come here to this place, North America, Turtle Island, that they should come with dignity and respect for the original landowners. And that means having true reciprocity. The things you get from being in this place are the things you must give back. It's a matter of dignity for Indigenous people. And this is where we're at in Canada. And so I'm pleased to see that this bill is finally being presented, but I'm so disheartened at the rate we are moving. This is not fast enough, and I challenge this government to move quicker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. I don't necessarily agree in terms of his synopsis of what the government has or has not done, and I'll hopefully be able to expand upon that. But my question to the member is there any specific call for action? Like if the member was to cite a specific one where he believes that the government of Canada needs to be working harder on, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if he could indicate to the chamber which specific call to action, which would be helpful.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague, and of course we're going to disagree on the rate of this. If it was his community that was suffering this, I would best bet that that member would be rising every single day saying the same thing. But the reality is that's not the case. Call to action number 66, for example, which calls on this government to develop a plan for Indigenous youth, is something that this government actually committed to and something that relatives in my own community have participated in. I have a relative, her name's Gabrielle Fayon. She was the Minister's Special Advisor for Call to Action number 66, and she was just at a hearing of the Senate to talk about how this government used Indigenous youth to produce a report that they haven't moved on. And it's been over a year. Almost 2 years now, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous youth can't wait, and this government needs to do their homework.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View. Mountain View, Red Deer.
Red Deer Mountain View.
Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly did appreciate the speech that the member had given, and just a couple of things that he had mentioned. He talked about blocked resources. He made some points about Fort McMurray and the energy systems that we have there, and also the Ring of Fire. Of course, Indigenous businesses have been uppermost in trying to promote the businesses that he is indicating that are causing the problems at this point in time. So I think that's part of the discussion that he should have with everybody that is there, not simply those that are taking a position similar to that which the NDP has, which is to try and minimize the activities that we have for our Indigenous people. But I was with I was on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development when the Truth and Reconciliation report, or prior to the Truth and Reconciliation, and it was handed over to the Liberals. And the Liberals had indicated that they were going to do some things. I'm just wondering if the member could talk about his impressions of how quickly those things have been done.
Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I want to describe the narrative that Conservatives often use when it comes to Indigenous people. And you don't have to look too far to find it. When it comes to resource projects, it seems as though the Conservatives are right there. Right when the company has an interest in a development and there's a proposal that puts the Indigenous group in favor of that project, they're there. But, Mr. Speaker, when an Indigenous community wants to protect their water, the Conservatives are nowhere to be seen. That member knows very well that there are people whose lives depend on that clean water, whose livelihood depends on that culture, from fishing to hunting to so many more traditional activities. It's unfair that member would assume that because Indigenous people have a different perspective, that some of them don't care about their land or their environment. Mr. Speaker, it's important that when we are talking about resource projects, that we talk about the people who've been stewarding that land for thousands of years and what's at risk. When it comes time to actually understand that these impacts are going to be to children and to future generations, Indigenous people know what's important. I come from a community that knows that as well. My community has been ravaged by the oil sector. There is still to date outstanding, huge billions of dollars of uncleaned orphan wells. And that's in Alberta. And what's happening right now is those Indigenous communities are being asked to just leave them or clean them up themselves, while the Conservatives won't even mention the fact that it's the companies that they purport to support that are drilling these sites and polluting our environment without a penny going to reclamation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to talk about this subject all day.
Now, here's where I come to my daily requirement, our request to the honourable members is that when we ask questions, let's try to keep them short. Let's try to keep the answers short so that everyone can participate, because I'm seeing 3 people wanting to stand and ask questions, and we don't have any time. Reprise de débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And I also want to mention I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague has just mentioned, Canadians are committed to taking the necessary steps to ensure we make progress towards true and respectful reconciliation. As Canada increasingly comes to grips with the unspeakable harms committed at residential schools, we're working with communities across the country on the heart-wrenching but necessary work to locate and commemorate missing children. Many Indigenous residents and their families in my riding, such as the Leewat, were forced to attend the Kamloops Indian Residential School, where the tragedy of unmarked graves first came to light nationally. While the Seychelles are also currently researching and searching for missing children at the site of the former day school with ground-penetrating radar. As they're forced to relive the trauma of residential schools, we know that it's not just the survivors and descendants that were impacted. It has led to terrible and sometimes permanent impacts to Indigenous cultures and languages throughout the country. And we're supporting education and awareness initiatives through the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation and the 2nd Annual National Day for Truth and Reconciliation taking place this Friday, September 30th. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House, and indeed all Canadians, to take the time to learn and understand the painful history and the ongoing trauma that residential schools have inflicted upon Indigenous peoples this Friday. Walking the path of reconciliation will require consistent action and an earnest desire to forge a new relationship based on mutual respect, trust, and nation-to-nation recognition to which Indigenous peoples are entitled. This work is vital, complex, and long-term, and this work will have to take place under our government and any governments that follow. And for that reason, it's crucial that we have systems to measure the progress we're making as a country as we work towards reconciliation and to hold the government accountable to its obligations towards Indigenous peoples. In this regard, we're guided by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. In 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was chaired by the Honourable Murray Sinclair, investigated the history and legacy of residential schools, and it released its final report. It was a culmination of 6 years of hearings and testimonies from more than 6,000 residential school survivors and their loved ones. The report included 94 calls to action to redress the legacy of residential schools and achieve true reconciliation, based on the experience and recommendations of survivors. The Government of Canada is committed to implementing each and every one of these calls to action. One of the many key steps forward made just last year was the passing into law of legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into Canadian law. So we know that progress has been made, but everybody in this place will agree that there is a lot of work to do. Mr. Speaker, that is why I stand before you today, to ask that we pass Bill C-29 without delay so Canada can be held accountable for our progress and our promises on reconciliation. To ensure accountability, Bill C-29 will create a National Council for Reconciliation with a mandate to monitor Canada's progress towards reconciliation and to develop a multi-year national action plan to advance reconciliation. It will conduct research into promising new practices in Canada and around the world that will advance our efforts towards reconciliation, and it will have the power to make recommendations to the government on advancing reconciliation in all aspects of Canadian society. And it will work to educate the public about Indigenous peoples' realities and histories and advocate for reconciliation across the country. These measures are a vital part of keeping government accountable on its obligations towards Indigenous people and to ensure that all governments in Canada are conscious of their duty to walk the path of reconciliation. Passing Bill C-29 and establishing the National Council for Reconciliation will help us make significant strides towards implementing all of the calls to action and making concrete progress on reconciliation across the country. In fact, establishing the Council was something that the Commission specifically called for in calls to action 53 to 56. Advancing Bill C-29 will ensure that we are well on our way to implementing these 4 calls to action. As previously mentioned, the bill will enable the creation of the National Council for Reconciliation, which will immediately fulfill call to action 53. Budget 2019 already allocated funding totaling $126.5 million to support the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation, including $1.5 million for its first year of operations and $125 million endowment for its ongoing operating capital. If established, this funding can be immediately transferred to the Council, meeting the first stage of funding obligations under Call to Action 54. If the Council is created, Bill C-29 will also lay the foundation to address calls to action 55 and 56. Call to action 55 asks that Canada provide key information to the Council to support it in its work. Bill C-29 would ensure that there are open lines of communication between the Council and Canada's governments and institutions so that information can flow easily and efficiently. This would be established through an information sharing protocol between the responsible minister and the Council. And this kind of transparency is vital to rebuilding trust and strengthening our relationships with Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Finally, Call to Action 56 states that the government must respond to the Council's annual reports. C-29 would also commit the federal government to publish an annual report on the state of Indigenous peoples. This report would outline the Government of Canada's plans to advance reconciliation year by year so that all Canadians can clearly see how the government is taking action. And as we look forward to the day when the Council is established, these last 2 critical commitments about information sharing and reporting back would ensure that the Government of Canada remains accountable to the Council and in turn accountable to Canadians. But Mr. Speaker, establishing the National Council for Reconciliation would do more than fulfill the 4 calls to action I just mentioned. A key part of the Council's mandate would be to evaluate and report on the implementation of all of the calls to action. And this is a vital milestone on our path towards reconciliation. We often talk about which calls to action were fulfilled or which ones are on their way, and there's oftentimes much debate on how quickly we're advancing. Federal, provincial, municipal, and Indigenous governments, along with other institutions and parts of society, have not always worked together in a harmonized way. And this has made it difficult to get an accurate picture of our progress on reconciliation as a whole across the country. And this is what the National Council for Reconciliation would help us accomplish. The Council would take stock of our progress as a nation and provide us with the advice and direction on how to accelerate implementation of all calls to action, not just the 76 that are under federal or shared responsibility. Mr. Speaker, there is a dire need to make progress on reconciliation. Not only the calls to action, but on who we are as a country. Seeing the big picture is critical to achieving tangible progress towards greater reconciliation in this country. And that is exactly what Bill C-29 would do. It would allow us to establish, support, and maintain a National Council for Reconciliation, fulfilling calls to action 53 to 56. Beyond this, we'd be setting a foundation to evaluate and report on implementation of all of the TRC's calls to action. And while I think this is a vital step, I do want to highlight that I believe there's room for improvement in this bill. We must ensure that the Council's Board of Directors is more representative of the diversity of the 634 Indigenous communities right across the country, whether they be historical or modern treaty nations, whether they have no treaty, whether they're living on or off reserve, or whether they're self-governing Indigenous governments. It's vital that their voices be part of the process and serve to guide us forward towards reconciliation. But in order to do that, we must pass this bill now so that it can be studied, debated, and improved at committee. Passing this bill would demonstrate to Canadians that we're serious about implementing the calls to action, for being accountable for our actions, and commitments. And just as we showed that by passing the Net Zero Accountability Act that we were serious about meeting our emissions reductions targets, we must pass this bill to show that we're serious about keeping our promises to Indigenous peoples and are serious about reconciliation. So with that, Onon Shalap, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for his comments, and I agree with much of what he had to say, and I appreciated his sentiment. I just have a question around the timing of this, Madam Speaker. Of course, this government has said that no relationship is more important to it than its relationship with Indigenous peoples. They have said a lot of the right words around reconciliation. But Madam Speaker, the final report of the interim board for the National Council for Reconciliation was completed in June of 2018. And I'm just wondering if the member can provide any insight as to why it took the government so long to bring this forward and why we couldn't have had this debate many years before.
Full member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kenora for the question. I believe we need to continue to move quicker and quicker on reconciliation. We have the 94 calls to action. We have the playbook for what we need to do. Our positions would be that there's 80% of the calls to action that are completed or underway. And I know there's lots of debate around that. We have made some amazing accomplishments just in the last year. I mentioned that passing the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, changing the oath of citizenship. We have a lot more to do. So I really appreciate hearing the question from the member opposite, because I believe if we can fast track this and we have agreement amongst this House, we can move through this much quicker than we've seen to date. And I think that it must be a priority for all of us.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to follow up on the previous question. I've been listening to the debate from the very beginning. And my question is, if we create a National Council for Truth and Reconciliation, which everybody in this House seems to agree on, and if that's the case, why did it take 7 years for this government to propose it?
Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my Bloc colleague for the question.
On sait qu'on avait une conseil temporaire.
There was a temporary council set up from 2018 until now. We know that that work needs to be completed. That's why we are here today. I was an MP from 2019 until now, so I know that we have worked hard to achieve reconciliation, especially over the last 7 years. Of course, we always try to work faster. I'm hoping, therefore, that we will have his support and the support of the Bloc in order to complete this call to action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, as we discuss this bill, survivors of St. Anne's Residential School are going to the Supreme Court over the fact that this government has spent close to $4 million fighting against their rights over the fact that some of the most horrific child abuse, rape, and torture cases in Canadian history, the evidence was suppressed by the Justice Department of Canada, and officials lied in hearings. I'm asking my honourable colleague, how can the Liberal government claim that reconciliation is possible when the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School have to go to the Supreme Court to get the basic legal rights over the fact that their testimonies were not properly adjudicated because the government suppressed evidence to protect predator priests, nuns, and brothers at that horrific institution?
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for the question. Personally, I don't know all the facts of the case that he's just brought to light in his question, but I do know, and I have been able to listen and understand some of the horrific things that have happened in the day schools in my riding. The abuse that happened, the rape, the sexual abuse. and to see some of the positions that the Government of Canada has taken in the past has been, in my mind, quite disgusting, in fact. And so we need to have a change in paradigm about how we deal with these court cases. We need to come from a path of understanding and compassion. And I think there's a lot of work to do within the positions that our councils are taking.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise today and speak on such important piece of legislation. You know, back in 2015, after we had formed government, the Prime Minister had indicated to all Canadians that the importance of the relationship and the need to ensure that relationship is supported in very real and tangible ways with Indigenous people. And the way we are doing that is through the issue of reconciliation, amongst many other things, Madam Speaker. I look at the issue of reconciliation maybe from a bit of a different perspective. Having been a parliamentarian for over 30 years, first 20 years as a member of the Manitoba Legislature. And if you take a look at the Manitoba Legislature and where I lived, in Tyndall Park, you literally drive down, let's say, Burroughs Avenue, you go from Burroughs Avenue down to Salter and Isabel to the Manitoba Legislature, and stopped many occasions, had all sorts of different events. The understanding of the harms that have taken place within Indigenous communities. I have advocated, whether we're in the government benches or the opposition benches, that how important it is that we respect and honor and enable Indigenous people and the leadership that is there, that we work through consultation, that we allow for Indigenous leadership to provide us the way and to continue to consult. I am so very impressed and pleased with the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations from the moment in which he stood a number of years ago, Madam Speaker, and gave, I think it was an SO in Cree language, Madam Speaker. It's the first time I witnessed something of that nature in 30 years as a parliamentarian. The initiatives that have been taken, both monetarily, policy, budget-wise, legislative-wise, has been significant over the last 7 years. And yes, we are committed to do more. When you take a look at the 94 calls for action under Truth and Reconciliation, members make reference, well, there's a dozen or 13. There's some that come to my mind that I had made note of. Bill, the call for action number 4, the child welfare legislation. Go back to my days as a Manitoba legislature when the child advocate said that Manitoba was in a crisis situation with our children in the province of Manitoba. Take a look at the numbers. The member made reference to the call for action number 66. I understand what 66 is proposing to do, but I would suggest to the members that when you think in terms of the calls for action, not every call for action is the sole responsibility of Ottawa. Others need to be engaged also. To try to, let's say, to recognize 66 means investing in young people, investing in Indigenous young people in particular, both finances and other resources, by having trust and faith. We do that by supporting, by allocating significant amounts of financial resources to education. We've seen the creation of educational opportunities that weren't there in the past, even in the city of Winnipeg, that are there today because of the call for action number 66, Madam Speaker. I would love to say we can turn the page and call for action 66 is complete. But like many of the calls for action, Madam Speaker, those are not going to be resolved overnight. It is going to take time.
And we have to be patient, and we have to listen. We have to listen to what Indigenous people are saying and allow for that leadership, Madam Speaker, and to support it. You know, I look at an organization like Mama Way in Winnipeg's North End, and they have done phenomenal work, both in terms of education and support of young people, of single parents, providing opportunities that many would never have had if it were not for Mama Way as a place of support in a very real and tangible way. When I get ministers that talk to me in regards to coming to Winnipeg, I often suggest Mama Way is an excellent example because of the leadership and just how effective they have been in terms of transforming and changing lives in a very real and tangible way, including the issue of education. When you think in terms of the overall number, 94 calls for action, I think it's just over 70 of them that where the federal government is directly involved, Madam Speaker. I think it's, and again, don't necessarily quote me, Hansard will do that for you, but at the end of the day, I think it's about 80% of those that the federal government is actually responsible for, at least in part or in whole, we have seen significant action on. Many of them have actually come to fruition. Tomorrow is a very significant day. It's a day in which Canadians from coast to coast to coast will have an appreciation through a statutory holiday that was created from the floor of the House of Commons, in which all members recognized the importance of truth and reconciliation, Madam Speaker. That's tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to be able to pass this legislation today? Legislation that creates a National Council for Reconciliation. Not only does it create the council, but the supports are going to be there for the council, which deals with several calls for action, Madam Speaker. I looked at, as I say, the child welfare. I see it as a positive step forward. And we've seen that taking place. We have the call for action number 43, the UN Declaration. More than one political entity in the House pushed that political entity in terms of party, Madam Speaker. But ultimately, it was passed. We have the oath of citizenship. So when we have, every year we have hundreds of thousands of people that come to Canada. Thank goodness. We're very dependent and need that, Madam Speaker. And we have so many that are getting their citizenship shortly thereafter. Well, now a part of that citizenship is recognizing the importance of reconciliation. Again, these are tangible. Here's what the federal government can do. It's just taking the proper actions, such as the consultations that are necessary. Even during a pandemic that lasted 2 years, we're still not quite out of it. There were still consultations and work that was being done, Madam Speaker, because the Prime Minister made a commitment about a renewed relationship with First Nations, Indigenous people. I look in terms of individuals like David Chartrand, who's accomplished so much through the Manitoba Métis Federation, and how we as a government have been there to support in a very real and tangible way. Not just providing financial support, but being there, listening to what the Métis Federation had to say, whether it's the national or the Manitoba one, Madam Speaker. I, as much as possible, try to keep in touch with some of individuals that mean a great deal to me, that have influenced me. People like Sharon Redscott, Cindy Woodhouse, individuals that I've made reference to in the past. One doesn't have to be of Indigenous background to understand and be sympathetic and want and demand to see action on the calls for action. But I do believe that as a government that we would be challenged to find any other government prior that has been able to achieve as much as we have achieved in the last 6 and 7 years. And if we were honest with ourselves, I believe that everyone would agree with that. Sure, there's room for improvement. Yes, we could be doing more, and we're doing the best job that we can. And Madam Speaker, those calls for action will continue to be a high priority for this government. And in fact, I would suggest to you for the entire House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his, once again, for his comments. He's definitely not shy to rise in this place and share his thoughts with the chamber. And my question is just in regards to a recent PBO report that showed that the increase that this government has had in expenditures through ISC since 2015 has not measured up to the government meeting its targets in terms of improving the lives of Indigenous communities. And it's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that we see time and time again that more spending from this government is not leading to better results. So I'm wondering if the member has any reflections onto some of the structural challenges within the department and within the bureaucracy that is getting in the way of these funds actually getting where they need to go.
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do believe that we have to be patient as we continue to work with Indigenous people in advancing a wide variety of projects. You know, it was just a number of months ago, the Hudson Bay building in downtown Winnipeg, a historical building, thousands of square feet, now owned and operated. The Hudson Bay, which has good reason to want to have reconciliation with Indigenous people, gifted the building. The federal government, it was so wonderful to see the Prime Minister, Premier Heather Stephenson, a Conservative, and Brian Bowman, the Mayor of Winnipeg, and Indigenous leaders, which led the proposal. And there is a significant cost factor to it. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, that not every dollar will be optimized, but I would suggest to you that the investments that we are making today will pay in great dividends into the future. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we're prepared to invest in reconciliation in all ways.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to my honourable colleague. It's well said the fact that the government, in fact, did do some work on call to action number 66. The reality, however, you can go to the Senate hearings or even the House of Commons hearings, and that the fact from the government's own special representative to that report said that they failed to administer the fund in an appropriate way, and then there's been no response to that special advisor. My question, however, is noted and framed around some key figures. Indigenous people are more likely to be living in a dwelling in need of major repair, 16.4% to the Canadian average of 5.7%. Indigenous people are living in overcrowded homes, 17.1% compared to the average of 9.4%. Almost 1 in every 5 Indigenous people live in a low-income household. These numbers are getting worse. The words that the honourable member shares about how great things are in Winnipeg are definitely not the case in Saskatchewan, and they're definitely not the case in Alberta. Why won't this government take action on the issues that matter most and truly make sure that there's more effort to get these numbers down, because people really need help?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't have wanted to give the member the wrong impression. The severity of the problems and the issues that the member makes reference from are very much in Winnipeg. Very much, and that's why I used the example of my drive from my home in Tyndall Park to the Manitoba Legislature when I was in the Manitoba Legislature for almost 20 years. The hardships, we have many individuals that are sleeping in bus shacks, that are homeless, and it's of all different ethnicities or backgrounds. But if you take a look at the correlation, one needs to be concerned. And it's one of the reasons why we have that national housing strategy. It's one of the reasons why we have a minister that's prepared to do what's necessary to work with people to try to increase. And the Hudson Bay, for example, is a good example of that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the way for his speech, and we certainly agree with the principle. However, we still have some concerns, obviously. We saw a motion passed unanimously last spring that Indigenous communities have all the necessary resources to deal with the historic realities of the residential schools, and we need to focus on making sure that funding is in place over the long term. Can my colleague assure us that within this funding there will be predictability and assurances that these communities will have over the medium term the means that they need to move forward with healing?
From the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, absolutely. Whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister responsible for Indigenous relations, we've made it very clear that the funds will be there. It's a number of calls for action that are within the report, and very much so. It's an active file, and I suspect that if there's any Indigenous community that feels that there's a lack of funding in terms of dealing with this particular issue, that they should approach the Minister, because I don't necessarily believe that's the case. The money is there. And
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Karratha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will let everyone know, Madam Speaker, through you, I will be sharing my time with the member from Battle River Crowfoot today. Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As always, it is an honour and a privilege to stand in the House of Commons to represent the constituents of Peterborough-Kawartha. Today, I rise to speak to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. With Truth and Reconciliation Day just 2 days away, this coming Friday, September 30th, this is an important bill, and I take it very seriously how delicate this conversation is for many people. After 6.5 years, this bill is the government's attempt to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action 53 through 56. Now, these 4 calls to action include, number 53, the establishing of a National Council for Reconciliation. Number 54, providing multi-year funding for the National Council for Reconciliation to ensure that it has the financial, human, and technical resources required to conduct its work. Number 55, provide annual reports to show progress on reconciliation. Number 56, the issuance of an annual State of Aboriginal Peoples report to outline the government's plans for advancing reconciliation. Now, as I mentioned, this bill is long overdue, and although we will support a lot of what this bill is, there is serious amendments, serious discussion, and serious overhaul that needs to be considered, and I will address that today in my speech. If we're going to work toward meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous people, a robust and inclusive response to calls to action 53 to 56 is needed. Unfortunately, this bill will not meet the target. We continue to have the same problems over and over, Madam Speaker, and that is there is too much government in the way. You will often hear this saying, and I will be talking about it today in my speech, FIBI, for Indigenous, by Indigenous. We need to trust Indigenous and allow them to do what they are able to do because they know how to make the best decisions for them, not government. Section 8 of the bill has the creation of a not-for-profit corporation that would monitor and report the government's progress in their efforts for reconciliation with Indigenous people. Now, the Council would not be an agent of His Majesty in the right of Canada, nor would it be governed by the Financial Administration Act. It portrays itself to be an independent body. Now, here lies the first major concern we have with the Bill C-29. How independent would this council be if the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations picked the board members? The bill stipulates that the first board of directors would be selected by the minister in collaboration with the transitional committee. This would mean that the minister of the day and their hand-picked transitional team would determine the council's future, which is expected to hold that same minister to account for its own failed record on reconciliation. Now, this doesn't sound like meaningful reconciliation, Madam Speaker. Now, Action 54 calls on the government to provide multi-year funding for the National Council. The government did this in Budget 2019 by allocating $126.5 million Yet the Act would not require any accountability for the expenditure of this money, and not one financial report would need to be filed by the Council. Madam Speaker, this is a major problem. Accountability and transparency are seriously lacking in this government. That is the issue we have at the core here. There is no trust between Indigenous peoples and the government. And the idea that zero accountability and financial reporting on such an important file, it is just more of the same we expect from the Liberals. We need to see where dollars are going so that they are being best used on those who need it most and not on more red tape and a bloated bureaucracy that does nothing to help those across our country who need it most. I see this often, Madam Speaker. In the file of Indigenous tourism, for example, we need to see that the dollars are going directly to the organization that needs the dollars, not through another organization, because then you're going to lose money. It makes no sense, and it's not a good, efficient use of the money where it's targeted to help people who need it most. Now, the most glaring issue with Bill C-29 is the lack of representation on the National Council for Reconciliation. Now, the bill sets aside 3 seats for Assembly of First Nations, and hopefully I will do my colleague justice when I say this correctly, Inuit, Taharit, Kanatmit, and Métis National Council. Now, these are the 3 national organizations the Liberal government almost solely deals with regarding Indigenous issues. Now, this doesn't even scratch the surface regarding who needs to be at the table regarding a National Council for Reconciliation. We need advocates for women and girls, children, Aboriginal business associations, and Native development offices all play an important role in reconciliation and deserve a seat at the table. And what about a voice for urban Indigenous? Just yesterday, I was having a conversation with Jamie Gauncey, a Director of Policy at Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services, about urban Indigenous individuals falling through the cracks when it comes to housing and so many benefits because they do not fit within the bureaucratic boxes when it comes to accessing funding that is an Indigenous person they should have every right to. Someone Indigenous isn't suddenly non-Indigenous when they choose to live off reserve. So why do they lose the support they should have every right to when they have every right to access that support just because they've left the reserve? It's not right. This only perpetuates the goals of colonization that we are collectively trying to undo through truth and reconciliation. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, if I didn't take this opportunity to mention that this Friday is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, I would not be doing my justice standing here in this House. This day honors the children who never returned home and survivors of residential schools, as well as their families and communities. The reality is we know now through science and data that trauma lasts 7 generations. 7 generations. The last residential school was in 1997, I believe. That's in my time. My children come home from school and educate me more about what happened in our Canadian history than I was taught in my own school. The reality is we cannot have reconciliation without truth, and the truth is just starting to surface. These are challenging but critically essential conversations, and I urge everyone to read the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. Read the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. Read the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Every child matters. We will remember the children, their families, and their communities. But it is time to stop talking and just showing solidarity through showing up and starting to have action. And Bill C-29 needs more concrete amendments to ensure that the proper action is taken toward truth and reconciliation. It is long overdue to put a council in place with the right representation at the table. We need a plan, Madam Speaker. We need a plan that is by Indigenous, for Indigenous. Thank you.
Here, here.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to the member for her intervention today, and I appreciate her encouraging all people to read those 94 calls to action. I'm wondering if she can provide comment on how many of those 94 recommendations the government has acted on, How many actually are the responsibility of the federal government? How many the federal government has acted on? How many are ongoing? And how many are outstanding?
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the colleague across the way for the question. I think it's really important to focus on what Bill C-29 is here to do, and that's 53 through 56. And this National Council has to be done properly, and it has to have the right representation at the table to ensure it is met and delivered to what it is meant to do, for Indigenous, by Indigenous. And if we don't have the right representation at the table, we will never get our path forward to truth and reconciliation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for their statement of solidarity, especially in relation to September 30th, as many members of this House are aware that's a day where survivors have taken an opportunity in the past to talk about their pains and their traumas, in particular related to the residential school, so I want to thank that member. My question is in relation to a comment the member made related to government being too big. I hope that reference wasn't made in terms of the protections for Indigenous people. As we all know, the right to prior, free, and informed consent of Indigenous nations to any resource project is a critical step and foundation to Indigenous peoples' rights here on this land. Would the member agree that the right to free, prior, and informed consent should stand, especially in the face of resource projects?
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think, it is really important that we have the advice and consultation that is needed by the people who are responsible. So often when we look at this government, I see it time and time again, decisions are made without consulting the people who are affected by it most. So if we do not have for Indigenous, by Indigenous, that consultation at the table, that representation making those decisions, we will never get a path forward to truth and reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to have my colleague's opinion, and I thank her for her speech, on the fact that in Quebec we've already had a commission that studied similar issues, and the fact that potentially this committee could overlap what was already done by the commission in Quebec, or if on the contrary my colleague would propose that there be no overlap and that the committee focus on federal issues, especially in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. A little bit cut out on translation. I'm still working on my French, so forgive me. But I think we're open to having this discussion where the amendments are met, where the truth and reconciliation is met. And I think there is nobody in this House that doesn't want a path forward toward this. So I think there is opportunity to have those discussions on what works best, what is most efficient, because I think that's what we've seen from this government time and time again, a lack of efficiency, a lot of talk, and no action. So it is time now to move forward into action and have a plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Yorkton-Melville.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations appointed the interim board, as the member mentioned, the transitional committee, and is now, with Bill C-29, he's responsible to select the directives of the National Council. I am aware that in the Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan, I hear all the time they don't want to be stakeholders, they want to be shareholders, and they want to, in a larger percentage than other Canadians, to be involved in the oil and gas industry. I wonder how she feels about that being something important to truth and reconciliation and their ability to succeed.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Great points, and she is bang on. And time again, we hear this. Trust us, we are capable. Give us a seat at the table. We are not stakeholders, we are shareholders. And we want to have autonomy over the decisions that are impacting us. So again, I will repeat it, for Indigenous, by Indigenous, and a seat at the table is needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to rise in this place and address the issues that are so pressing in the lives of Canadians. And Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me for a moment before I get into my remarks specifically on Bill C-29, it's great to be able to acknowledge how important it is, the upcoming acknowledgement and hopefully learning experience for so many Canadians, and the ability for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation this coming Friday, and how important that is to acknowledge past wrongs and to chart that path forward, especially as Indigenous people, survivors of residential schools, to make sure that they have that confidence, that they are given the tools needed to succeed in our country, and to make sure that we acknowledge those past wrongs and acknowledge further the fact that those past wrongs have had generational impacts. And Madam Speaker, the need for generational solutions, and how important it is that we not only talk, but that we act. That we act to make sure that opportunity is provided for Canada's Indigenous peoples, to make sure that there is supports where supports are needed, to make sure that opportunity is provided where opportunity is needed, and ultimately empower those Indigenous men and women, young and old, to ensure that they have everything required to move forward. So today, in this place, an acknowledgement of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, just to acknowledge how important that is for all of us here in this place. Madam Speaker, I wanted to take a moment as a member of Parliament from rural Alberta to talk just a little bit on how the Indigenous way of life, Indigenous history, is truly a part of Canadian identity. And I couldn't help but think as the time for debate on this bill in particular came forward, some of the locations that I grew up around, and in some cases learned stories, heard stories about, but in others have more recently began to understand the stories of things like the Neutral Hills, my own riding being called Battle River Crowfoot. Madam Speaker, the history associated with Chief Crowfoot and the Battle River, how the Cree, Assiniboine, and Blackfoot peoples, historical areas along the Battle River. The fact that I up until just a few years ago, never having visited Dry Island Provincial Park and the buffalo jump there, and the importance that that has on the history of the region that I now have the opportunity to represent. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring those things up is these are not simply places that one drives by. It's not simply the Neutral Hills in the distance of where I grew up farming. But Madam Speaker, the fact that Indigenous history is very much a part of the Canadian story, and to be proud of that is something that is so very, very important. So as we address the specifics here of Bill C-29, I believe that it's important to lay some of that framework as we talk about how important it is to take seriously the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And Madam Speaker, I am quite frankly very proud that it was a Conservative government that initiated the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, gave the tools required to find truth and to see the process of reconciliation started. Madam Speaker, the very words of the name of the Commission, truth, finding the truth, and seeing that there is reconciliation. And Madam Speaker, it is so vital that we take as seriously today that call, that general call above just the calls to action in the final report, but everything that was meant with that. And I think back often to my attendance at one of the national events that the TRC put forward. I was a university student in the Lower Mainland, and they gave us the day off school. And I couldn't tell you how disappointed I was, Madam Speaker, at how few students attended this national TRC event that happened to be at the PNE right in downtown Vancouver. I know my university provided busing so that we could attend, so my wife and I attended this event. And it was an experience, Madam Speaker, that I will never forget, and I've talked about that in this place before. So we see specifically that Bill C-29 responds to the TRC calls to actions 53 through 56. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to share my support the fact that we are taking action. And I hope that the action that we take actually provides some results. That is absolutely key. But I do want to share a few concerns and highlight a few concerns that I hope will be valuable, both in terms of the discussion that we have in this place, but also as this bill goes forward to committee and can hopefully be refined to ensure that the input from all parties, from stakeholders, and I love the comment that was made by a questioner earlier, to not just treat Indigenous people as stakeholders, but to treat them as shareholders. Madam Speaker, that is a brilliant line, and how important it is for there to be ownership in every aspect of what reconciliation is. And that brings me to my first concern, and that's the consults on the specific call to action 53. Madam Speaker, I know certainly I've heard from Indigenous peoples who have shared concern that they are not always well represented at the table when it comes to whether it's the appointments process, whether it's the policies that are brought forward specifically regarding reconciliation or the host of other concerns, whether it be policing, whether it be the resource development, issues in Canada's north, rural and remote concerns. Madam Speaker, there has to be that comprehensive consultation and not simply activism that can in some cases, and not to suggest that it's sometimes not well-intentioned, but can actually hold in Indigenous peoples back from that empowerment, that reconciliation, and that ability to succeed. Madam Speaker, and I know time is always short when it comes to speeches in this place, so I hope to be able to get through all of the different aspects of it, but call to action 54. There's a lack of clarity, and I hope when this bill goes to committee that we'll find the exact clarity around what the financial provisions related to this bill are. I know there's been money budgeted in past budgets, that some of which has gone towards interim processes, some of which we're not exactly sure what the status of every dollar that has been allocated in the past is versus what will be allocated in the first. Madam Speaker, we need questions answered on that front. Call to action 55, the reporting mechanism. And this, Madam Speaker, I think is absolutely key. Because not only should we be in this place talking about the fulfillment of the calls to action, but to make sure that there is that long-term mechanism so that we can see that there's progress being made. Absolutely vital. And Madam Speaker, I would simply note regarding call to action 56, how the calls to action specifically reference the Prime Minister. And I'm hopeful that there will maybe be a willingness to, instead of, to change the bill so that it's not simply the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, but it's the Prime Minister that is given that responsibility when it comes to those reports. Madam Speaker, the last thing Indigenous people needs is Ottawa knows best. And certainly we've seen the devastating consequences of that through our nation's history. To engage with First Nations at every step of the process. I was very, very excited to read in my home province of Alberta how there is, I believe it's 11 First Nations that are now shareholders in a energy project, I believe, with the company Enbridge in this case, and I know of others as well, that are part of that reconciliation path forward. And I know that's the case in some renewable projects. That's the case in other Indigenous-owned businesses that I have the honor of being able to point to in my constituency. So, Madam Speaker, it's important to make sure that we do not allow the high ideals to get in the way of making sure that Indigenous people are at the very core of both Bill C-29, but everything we do in this place regarding reconciliation. So, Madam Speaker, as my time comes to a close, I would simply say this and repeat the words that my colleague had shared earlier that speak to what should be our heart, not just speaking to Indigenous peoples as stakeholders, not simply seeking their advice on paths forward, but to ensure that they are truly shareholders in both the reconciliation process, but every aspect of what we are as a nation both present and going forward. Because, Madam Speaker, when I look at Indigenous peoples, I see so much potential, so much hope, and so much promise. And if C-29 moves us in that direction, I am glad to be able to offer that support. But, Madam Speaker, let's make sure that that also entails the big picture so that Indigenous peoples can prosper in this country. Thank you very much.
Here, here.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened to the member's speech, and I particularly took note with the fact that he took credit for the previous government that did the Truth and Reconciliation report. I mean, I would remind him that there were protests in the street demanding the government do that, which finally forced the government to do that. But nonetheless, I think what's more important is, of those 94 recommendations to date, it's only the Liberal Party that's gone on record saying that they would move to implement all of them. So my question for the member is very simple. Which of the recommendations, first of all, do the Conservative Party support moving forward and accomplishing all 94 and working with the different jurisdictions to do that? And if they don't, which of the 94 do they not support?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I find it interesting that the Liberals, even in the Liberals' talking points on this bill, everything is post-2015. Well, Madam Speaker, I attended, as I referenced in my speech, how I attended one of the national events. While the Liberals were certainly not in power, the truth side of the TRC that led to the reconciliation and the calls to action, Madam Speaker. I'm proud that it was a Conservative government that led that in this country to make sure that there was that engagement across our nation. Now, Madam Speaker, specifically to answer the member's question, I find it interesting how he asked me about all 94, but just in the previous question to the member earlier, he specifically talked about how it wasn't his government's responsibility to implement all of them. So I think, Madam Speaker, he touches at the important aspect of how this is a comprehensive process that involves an all of government, different levels of government approach to ensure that we achieve meaningful reconciliation.
So, I'm sorry. The honourable member, if the honourable parliamentary secretary has something to add, he'll have to rise and speak during questions and comments. Questions and comments. Is this a point of order?
It's a point of order.
A point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
On a point of privilege, Madam Speaker, the member is attributing comments to me that I simply didn't make. He might be confusing me with another member. I never said that.
So again, I believe that is part of debate, but I would ask the honourable member maybe from Battle River Crowfoot to maybe go back and look at the Hansard after the fact to see if that's what the honourable member has actually said. The honourable member, questions and comments? Pardon me, point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would simply refer to the remarks that the member made earlier, and I believe that should settle the point of order. Thank you.
As I've indicated to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, he may want to go and look at what the honourable parliamentary secretary said, and same thing on the honourable parliamentary secretary's side. So questions and comments, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Neskantaga First Nation, 27 years in county without clean water. If you go to Neskantaga, they have a clean water plant that's been built. How is it possible in a country as rich as Canada can you get a plant built through a whole number of contractors who come in, leave, unfinish the job? You can't even get it signed off. That's the reality of what we're talking about. Webequie First Nation, no fire truck with a bunch of terrible fires that we've had in the community. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the question of reconciliation for people in Treaty 9 is the right to be able to make the decisions about their territory through having the funds to do it properly, because Indian Affairs isn't broken. It was designed to be broken. It has broken the hopes and communities across our region for 150 years. If that money was transferred to Anishinaabe Nation to look after mental health, to look after infrastructure, to look after education and health, we would see much better outcomes. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about transferring to the treaty territory so that they can make decisions so that people have clean water and fire trucks and safe housing.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, it is a shame that there are people in this country that do not have access to clean drinking water. It is further a shame that that there has been, not for, in many cases, lack of dollars being spent, not for in some cases even effort being expended. But Madam Speaker, that's where meaningful reconciliation is the required path forward, to make sure that we are partnering, treating Indigenous peoples as shareholders in every aspect of what reconciliation means, to make sure that there is a path forward, so that the reserves that were referenced from that member from Northern Ontario, to ensure that they can get that access, to make sure that they have the skills and expertise to ensure that every step of the process required to get clean drinking water to the taps of those houses in that community. Madam Speaker, we should all be working day and night to make sure that that happens, and make sure that it's not simply a bureaucratic, heavy process in Ottawa that is keeping those solutions from actually being accomplished.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of, let me just, I can't see it, of Natural Resources, and to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that the Parliament, Canada's Parliament, is located on the unceded and traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And we're debating a bill that is very relevant, not just to those First Nations groups, but all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Canada. Bill C-29, I just want to point out, before I get into the context of my speech, that first of all, it will establish the National Council for Reconciliation. And this was in response to calls for action that was in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in particular the calls to action number 53 and number 56. And basically what the National Council for Reconciliation would do is they would be a permanent, independent, Indigenous-led organization that would monitor and support the progress of reconciliation in Canada, including the full implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. So this particular bill, and I want to take a few moments to explain how we got to where we are, because there's some insinuation on the floor of the House that Indigenous people did not lead this process, that they did not make the decisions around what the new legislation is going to look like and how it will evolve, because nothing could be further from the truth. So first of all, as a member of Parliament who represents a large population of survivors of residential schools, as a daughter of a mother who's a survivor of residential schools, I don't have to tell anyone how important this piece of legislation is to my family, to my constituents, and to many Indigenous Canadians in this country. And the fact that this would come to the House of Commons without their full support, without their full participation, without them co-leading and leading all sections of this piece of legislation would be accusations that are totally false and incorrect. So I'd like to take my time today. There's so many things I could talk about as it relates to the TRC. It's something that I have been involved with for many years. And, but I think it's important as well that I walk my colleagues through the work that government has done to get to where we are today. And we work really hard to renew our relationship with Indigenous people. And you only got to go back from 2015 when we came into office. One of the first things we did was pick up the calls to action that were presented and started immediately to implement them. In fact, we were the only party, and to date I think we're still the only party in Canada that have said that we are prepared to implement all 94 recommendations of the TRC. So when we took on the task of designing this legislation, first of all, we started engagement with Indigenous leaders and communities. We knew that they were going to be integral to this process. And every step along the way, they have been engaged, included, and leading what has happened here. First of all, I want to say the process was led by Indigenous leadership of the National Council for Reconciliation's interim board. And I'll explain a little bit about the interim board, and I'll explain a little bit about the transitional committee that came after that. But both of these were independent bodies. They were made up of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis members. And they all came to the table providing their very best advice, their very best experiences, and they took into account a very wide range of diverse voices and perspectives from all across Canada. I want to acknowledge the monumental work that have been done by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which has really been the foundation for this bill, for where we are today in bringing it to the House of Commons. As many in this chamber will recall, Madam Chair, the Commission has set forward a pathway of reconciliation to begin the healing necessary in relation to the intergenerational traumas and ongoing impacts caused by the residential school system. The extensive and historic work of the TRC was pivotal in laying out the groundwork for this legislation, as I said earlier, and the National Council for Reconciliation was laid out in the calls to action, as I said at the beginning, number 53 and number 56. They were two of the 94 that we are on the path of implementing. And in developing the final report, they took a very inclusive, very Indigenous-led approach. They listened to the voices of Indigenous peoples. They heard from survivors of these institutions, as well as from their families and from their communities. Our government has strived to honor that approach by fully implementing the calls to action and the National Council for Reconciliation. So by inviting and supporting Indigenous leadership throughout the whole process, with its culmination being the development of this proposed legislation. This process has been led by the Truth and Reconciliation Commissioners, residential school survivors, Indigenous peoples who participated in the TRC process, and everyone who envisioned that an independent, Indigenous-led national oversight body was the way forward. The commissioners envisioned a national council that would prepare an annual report on the state of reconciliation, in which the Government of Canada would respond publicly, outlining its plans to advance reconciliation. So in developing this bill, our government has listened to these diverse voices. Indigenous leaders and community members had the courage to step forward, to tell the country about their experiences, how it had affected them, how it affected their families throughout their whole lives. And let's not forget that despite their personal and tragic impact that this had on them, it is their voices that is guiding us in the right way to help communities, to help future generations of Indigenous people, and helping us towards a journey of healing in Canada for all Indigenous people. That's remarkable. It is remarkable that those who suffered the most are leading a process of healing today. After the Truth and Reconciliation Commission fulfilled its mandate, the federal government responded to their calls, and we established a National Council for Reconciliation. In doing so, we created an interim board which helped transition to the next steps. They made recommendations on the scope and the mandate of what that council should look like. That was the first step. Then the federal government appointed the interim board of directors in 2018. That board was comprised of 6 Indigenous leaders who were chosen to represent First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, including a former Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner, Dr. Wilton Littlechild, who is no stranger to Indigenous people in Canada. This independent board was responsible for providing advice to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations on establishing the National Council for Reconciliation. They were all Indigenous voices at that table. The interim board held their engagement shortly after that in April of 2018. And they met with various Indigenous organizations and non-Indigenous stakeholders across the country. And their mandate, as part of their mandate of the council, they looked at the legislation, they looked at the scope of the council, and more broadly, they looked at long-term reconciliation. The interim board carefully considered all that it had heard from their engagements with various Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples and organizations, as well as an engagement event, and at an engagement event in Ottawa, they developed a final report. This process included, again, a very diverse group of people with community members, academics, businesses, arts and health professionals, and other interested parties. Each member of the interim board reached out to additional individuals to ask for their views as well on the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation. The government, in addition to including all of these Indigenous background people in various capacities across the country, also reached out to non-Indigenous Canadians for their thoughts about creating a council. There was an online platform that was created to capture Canadians' views on the subject, where people could share their thoughts on the mandate of the future National Council for Reconciliation and what its first step should actually be. And I can honestly tell you that the input on that was very positive. So the other step forward then was the engagement that took place. And that happened directly with the national Indigenous organizations. So the interim board, which is an Indigenous board, reached out to the Assembly of First Nations, the ITK, the Métis National Council, to seek their input on the mandate for the National Council for Reconciliation. Including this step in the process meant that Indigenous community members, as well as political leaders, had opportunities to express their perspectives about creating the council. And when I say political leaders, I mean Indigenous political leaders. So, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, at every step of the way, establishing an Indigenous-led approach was valuable and necessary and was the practice for this entire process. It was only after the interim board had heard a wide spectrum of Indigenous voices did it actually prepare its final report and incorporate what they had heard in that report. They presented it in June of 2018, which contained recommendations relating to the vision, the mission, the mandate, the structure, the membership, the funding, the reporting, and the legislation for the National Council for Reconciliation. They also said that it would be independent, that it would be permanent, and a non-political body. And it would also be a catalyst for innovative thought, dialogue, and action. So the interim board also made recommendations about how the government should implement those particular priorities, saying that the government should create a transitional committee to support the next steps, and that government should then draft the legislation, and it should be co-drafted with the advice and leadership from the transitional committee members. I heard members mention that today, and they didn't look kindly on that process. But if they had read the recommendations from the interim report of Indigenous people, that was their recommendation to government, to set up the transitional committee. They also recommended that there be more outreach and that there would be more engagement. So we went from building on the work of the interim board to the Department of Justice preparing draft legislative framework that could be used for consultation purposes. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important to make special note of that particular fact. we can really see that Indigenous communities are at the heart of this proposed legislation. The next step after the interim board was, as they recommended, a transitional committee. That was established in December of 2021. The members were appointed by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and the committee reviewed the draft legislative framework and considered ways that they could improve it to ensure there was a strong and effective council. So the interim board's engagement activities went on from 2018 into the transitional committee, and then they went on to carry out even more engagement with Indigenous communities and Indigenous peoples. The committee members met with Indigenous and non-Indigenous experts, including lawyers, data specialists, financial and reconciliation experts. They gathered feedback and advice in areas such as reconciliation, law, data, organizational finances, information sharing, governance, and accountability, and then they used this to form their recommendations. Basically, it was the work that was done all through this process over the last 4 years that has gotten us to the legislation you see here today. The Transitional Committee made recommendations on how to strengthen and draft the legislative framework while maintaining the vision, the purpose, and the mandate that the Council had ordinarily expressed in the vision that they had put forward. So today what's happening in the House of Commons is that the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations has introduced Bill C-29, and that bill is now being debated. It is being debated with the full inclusion and input of Indigenous peoples and communities and experts right across Canada. It is being done after extensive engagement with Indigenous peoples and organizations, after leaders have been involved in co-developing the legislative process and ensuring that the legislation that is being passed here today is at the heart of what Indigenous people have been asking for in this country. So every step of the way, and I cannot say this enough, this has been an Indigenous-led process, starting with the TRC recommendations to the bill you see before you in the House of Commons today. And I am confident that this has led to strong legislation that, if passed, will serve Indigenous peoples and Canadians across the country very well in the years to come. I know that the survivors of residential schools are so impacted by the legacy of what has happened in this country. I know that each and every day they look at ways that they can build stronger partnerships with each other, with governments, and with Canadians. I also know that they are leading a path of healing, and that is a long journey. We can help on that journey, and what we're doing today is helping. We are responding to what they're asking for. We have allowed them to lead the process, co-develop the legislation, and be a part of where this goes into the future. So, Madam Speaker, before I say miigwech, nukamek, merci, merci, I'd also like to move at this time a motion the Kings and Islands. So, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 26-1, I move, and second by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation.
Jones, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of consideration of C-29. Will those members who object to the motion please rise? Given that more than 5 members have risen, the motion is deemed to have been withdrawn. Resuming debate. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated listening to what the member had to say, and I understand that the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations appointed the interim board of directors, the transitional committee, and now in Bill C-29, he's responsible to select the directors of the National Council. I wonder if she could just clarify for me, in a past bill, it was being discussed in this House and debated, and the Environmental Council that was being created, we found out, had already been established. Could she tell me, through you, Speaker, whether or not individuals have already been appointed prior to this finishing debate in the House, and how many, if that is the case?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. So first of all the appointments that are done by the Minister and Council are done in consultation with Indigenous groups and leadership in Canada. That's the process we have. That's the mantra that we follow as a government. And in terms of the transitional piece, it was the same process that had occurred. And as we move into the new reconciliation board, there is ample opportunity for people to be considered even at this stage.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention and mentioning frequently that Indigenous peoples have been engaged in this whole process. Indigenous peoples have frequently experienced their rights being deprived of and infringed, and also the 94 calls to action frequently talks about the importance of implementing UNDRIP. And I wondered if the member could explain through you why Bill C-29 does not have any mention of implementing UNDRIP.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague from Nunavut for her question and for all the work she's done in pushing and supporting and advocating for the implementation of both UNDRIP and all recommendations within the TRC report. This particular process, it falls within the purview of what we're doing with UNDRIP. As you know, UNDRIP is something very important to us. We have accepted it. We are leading a process with Indigenous governments and groups across Canada, and we will ensure that everything we do as a government will fall under the preview of what's expected under the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People. Rights of Indigenous.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague if the Indigenous communities are embracing this piece of legislation and if she's comfortable that it is a good way to advance reconciliation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for her question and for her support on the work we're doing around the TRC calls to action. First of all, Indigenous people have been a part of this process, but more so than that, they have led this process. It is because of their insight, of their views, their perspective, their hard work, and their experiences that we stand here today presenting this legislation before the House of Commons, and we are doing so with their support.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech made by the Parliamentary Secretary. We've had the opportunity to work together on a number of different issues in committee and elsewhere, and I appreciate the approach she brings to this place and for her comments here today. She did allude to this, to the final report from the interim board for the National Council for Reconciliation quite a bit, but earlier in this debate I asked a member of the government, considering the fact that that report was completed by June 12th of 2018, why it has taken so long for the government to get to this point here today where we are finally debating Bill C-29. So I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary is able to provide some greater input onto why the government did not act on this sooner. especially considering the fact that we clearly have quite widespread support for this in the House today.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank my colleague for that question. And yes, I've had opportunities to work with him on a number of committees, and I know he's a hard worker and strong supporter of Indigenous rights in Canada as well. In terms of the timeline as to from 2018's report in the spring to getting to the legislation today, I just want to remind people we went through 2 years of COVID, which really slowed down a lot of the work that was being done by the committee itself in terms of consultation with Indigenous peoples, communities, and governments across Canada. So that process took a period of time. A lot of it was done virtually, but a lot was done face-to-face as well. And in order to ensure there was ample time for all Indigenous peoples and community to have the input that they wanted to in this legislation, that was the time period that was required.
It's the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Of order, yes. I know this has been a very fractious time, but I want to say that I thank my honourable colleague for saying nice.
No, sorry, sorry, I didn't quite get that. The honourable, I didn't quite hear the honourable member. Was it a point of order? Okay, sorry. Okay, so now, yes, the honourable member can start again because I didn't hear what he was saying.
And I'll get to the cutting off of the mic. I want to say that in this very fractious House, I did notice, and I wanted to make sure she said it. It could have been wrong, but that she said something nice about the member of Kenora. I just wanted to know that that's on the record, and I would support that.
That's a point. That's a point of debate and not a point of order. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her heartfelt speech. I have the honour of representing Kwantlen First Nation community in the Fort Langley area of my riding. And I met with them frequently, and also including residential school survivors. And after the announcement of, the discovery of unmarked graves in Kamloops, the pain is fresh for them again. But there's a frustration of a lack of action on identification and dealing with unmarked graves. And I realize that that is not the point of discussion today, but they are calls to action, and there is a lack of action on those. Thank you.
Time is up, but I will allow the honourable member, parliamentary secretary, to answer.
Thank you, and I'll do so very quickly. That's an issue that have touched the hearts of all Canadians. We have 91 projects ongoing right now, and there's a funding available for other communities, groups, First Nations who want to do similar work within their communities or within their regions. And the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations is working with those community groups and organizations. And if you have some in your riding that is looking to be involved in this program, we ask that you come and talk to myself or the minister or the parliamentary secretary. Thank you.
Remind the honourable member that the honourable parliamentary secretary is to address questions and comments through the speaker and not directly to the members. The honourable member will have, parliamentary secretary will have 3 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House for questions and comments. It being 6:52, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Affaires et amendements des députés, reprise du débat à la deuxième.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-237, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Canada Health Act. Standing in the name of Mr. Plamondon.
Resuming debate, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise in the House this evening to speak to this bill from my colleague from Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. As you know, Madam Speaker, we're here in the Parliament of Canada, a parliament where normally the work of members of Parliament is centred on national issues and cooperation between the federal government and the provinces. Almost every day, our work reflects the richness of being part of a family of 10 provinces and 3 territories from coast to coast to coast. But my colleague from Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, has a slightly different vision. He doesn't see Canada as a big family, but rather as a big neighborhood. He doesn't see Canadians as members of his family, but rather as neighbors and friends. His bill reflects this reality, and I find it disappointing that the text of the bill is not inclusive and forgets other regions of Canada. After all, if what he's proposing is good for Quebec, then no doubt it would be good for other parts of Canada as well. But I, for one, am convinced that we can hope for the best for our fellow citizens when we all work together, when we join forces from all regions of Canada to face the challenges that we're facing in North America. Now, that having been said, I understand, at least to a certain extent, what my colleague is proposing with this bill. And his proposal would mean that the federal government would have no choice but to think very seriously before, and for strictly political reasons, interfering in provincial jurisdiction. Now, here I'm referring to the arrogance of the Prime Minister who, first, still today refuses to meet with the provinces to discuss health funding, and second, a Prime Minister who's proposing a dental plan without consulting the provinces and without taking into account the fact that such a program already exists in most provinces. Now, we on this side of the House cannot understand why the Prime Minister is turning a deaf ear to Canadians who've sent him a very clear message that they have had enough. We cannot believe just how out of touch the Prime Minister is with the people. Now, it's possible that his delusions of grandeur are preventing him from seeing the reality all around him. Now, the existing funding challenges in healthcare require that the federal government do everything that it can to avoid duplication of services and funding. The federal government has enormous revenue, but it's also limited at the same time. And on top of that, Canadians already pay enough taxes, even if the Prime Minister doesn't believe it. Millions of Canadians are suffering. But through his actions and speeches, the Prime Minister seems to be convinced that they're exaggerating their problems. The federal government, now must find solutions when it comes to health in Canada. If a province, whether that be Quebec, Alberta, or another, comes up with an idea to deliver health care services in a more economical and innovative way while preserving a national level of service quality, the federal government must show flexibility in working with that province for the good of the people if the level of service quality is maintained. And there's another point that I'd like to make here, and that's the importance of maintaining the highest possible standards of health care. Often we hear that the health system in Canada is one of the best in the world, but we all know that we can and should improve it. This bill talks about programs with comparable goals, but it doesn't say anything about service quality. Quebecers demand the highest quality services, and as a citizen of our beautiful province, I can confirm that, along with all Quebecers, we deserve it. I don't understand why the Bloc member did not include details in his bill dealing with maintaining these high service quality standards. I believe him when he says that he wants to defend the priorities of Quebecers, but this is a priority that is one of the most important for Quebecers, and it's not to be found in this bill. I don't understand that. With respect to my colleague's bill, on April 5th, 2022, the Speaker of the House ruled on a point of order of March 1st, indicating that Bill C-237 will need to be accompanied by a royal recommendation and that he would not allow a vote at third reading without one. Now, royal recommendations are required for private members' bills which involve spending of government resources, and the Speaker has indicated that that would be the case with Bill C-237. Now, if I understand correctly, the member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, seems to believe that his bill would not result in any additional spending. But if he's really seeking the support of members of this House, he should show some seriousness and provide evidence that the Speaker of the House is wrong. In closing, I would say to my colleague from the bloc that even though the Liberals are lobbying members of this House not to support this bill, our ultimate goal is that all provinces be well served by the federal government and that duplication and wasteful spending must be brought to an end. Our new Conservative leader will put people first. He's focused on their pensions, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House to speak to Bill C-237 and certain aspects of this bill that we support. And I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. But the surprise is the impact of this bill on the universality of our healthcare system. Impacts that would be very harmful. And I'll speak about that. And Madam Speaker, when we look at the whole of the bill, given all of the harmful impacts on the Quebec and Canadian healthcare system, we'll be voting against this bill. We'll talk about the positive aspects first. Of course, Madam Speaker, when we talk about cuts in the area of healthcare transfers, we saw that with the Conservatives, who began with that idea. It's something that was irresponsible, in our opinion, that Conservatives cut in the area of healthcare, as with all public services. Conservative governments cut, and cut. That's the only thing that the Conservatives seem to want to do. The impact on our healthcare system, we see it in Quebec, we see it in British Columbia, we see it everywhere. These cuts have hurt our healthcare system. And now, the government changed in 2015, and Madam Speaker, the Liberals continue with the same cuts. So I think the two historical parties, the Conservatives and the Liberals, don't understand that when money isn't put into the system hurts. And we want to reverse those cuts. An NDP government would do it right away. Put in place funding in the area of health care, which Canadians deserve throughout the country. And Madam Speaker, as we've already said, the tax havens put in place by Conservatives and Liberals, it costs $25 billion a year. So we can't claim that we don't have the necessary resources for the healthcare system. We just need to cut Conservative and Liberal help to the banking system, the profits of big Canadian banks, and of course, tax havens. So, on the aspect of funding, we agree with the bill, of course. And the second aspect, on the right of provinces to withdraw with financial compensation from new federal programs, they don't agree with. As you know, Madam Speaker, that's part of the Sherbrooke Declaration that the NDP has advocated for a long time. Quebec's right to withdraw from new federal programs. That's something we've had as a position for years. So that second aspect of the bill is something that I think is inspired by all of the work that the NDP has done in the House. And of course, we support that aspect. Now, the third. The third point has such harmful impacts on the healthcare system. It's hard to understand how it could be found in a bill polls have indicated 2/3 of people who vote for the Bloc want a national health insurance system. They want that universality. But the Bloc's bill cuts into the 5 conditions that exist to maintain our public healthcare system. I'll go through those 5 conditions that the Bloc wants to eliminate, wants to take away. They want it to no longer apply in Quebec. Because these are the principles, Madam Speaker, that the vast majority of Quebecers support. First, the question of universality. The Bloc wants that to be eliminated. In the future, for that principle of universality not apply. The principle of universality is a key component of our healthcare system, that everyone has the right to a public healthcare system. Everybody agrees on that. Cutting that, I don't know if it's a misunderstanding by the Bloc, or rather to head from the public system to the private system. The second principle that the Bloc wants to take away is having all medical system services covered by the public system. The integrity. That is one of the key components of our system. In Quebec and everywhere, including British Columbia, to take away that comprehensiveness. I can tell you right away, Madam Speaker, as you know, I've lived in Saguenay, Lac-Saint-Jean, in Montreal, in the Outaouais, and there's no one I met in all of those regions in the years I spent in Quebec who would say they agree with that idea of taking out the comprehensiveness of our public healthcare system. Third, the question of accessibility needs to be accessible to everyone. That's a principle of our healthcare system in Canada and in Quebec. Eliminating accessibility, no longer having a right to accessibility for the system. Once again, the Bloc is going against the will of Quebecers here on this. The fourth principle, Madam Speaker, is portability. This is a principle of our healthcare system that's very important. You can go to British Columbia, as we've seen, and have access to this public healthcare system. Now, there's something that needs to be improved here. We know very well that in some areas of the country, including Quebec, where there are problems where you have to pay fees that were incurred in other parts of the country. There was a recent case in British Columbia. This is a principle. Rather than taking it away, we need to protect it and improve it. That principle of portability for healthcare services. That means that Quebec, British Columbia, fees have to be paid, but it needs to be done quickly. Finally, the fifth principle that the Bloc seems to want to eliminate is the public administration of our system. Hospitals and the healthcare system managed by a non-profit entity. This is a principle, a fundamental value, and I have a hard time understanding why the Bloc would want to eliminate this principle of having public administration of the system. There are improvements that we can make. The question of increasing health transfers, we totally agree on that. The provinces having the right to withdraw with financial compensation, that's something the NDP has always advocated. But eliminating those 5 principles of the healthcare system in Canada and Quebec, Madam Speaker, we can't support that. In this corner, we are the Progressive Party. We're not like other parties that want to head towards the private system, because we know very well that the American healthcare system is private, and it costs a lot more than the public system. There are tens of millions of Americans who are forgotten by their healthcare system. So let's keep our public healthcare system. Let's always maintain those 5 principles of our healthcare system, and the NDP will always uphold those principles rigorously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to correct the record because I've heard a number of things tonight. Some things that might be close to lies. Maybe it's a misunderstanding, but please allow me to do this. So, my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, I don't know if this is someone who has just submitted to a different vision, but he says he wants to defend the autonomy of Quebec, but he's saying the federal government should set conditions for the healthcare system. It's not complicated, C-237, the Blocs bill. It's about ensuring that Quebec manages its own healthcare system itself without conditions from the federal government. That's the first thing, Madam Speaker. Second, the colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, is saying incredible things. He's invoking the boogeyman. I don't know if he's inspiring himself from the Conservative Party or if he didn't have anything to say about this bill, but he thinks that the Bloc Québécois wants to privatize the healthcare system in Quebec. It's not that at all. Where'd he get that from? I'll explain the bill to him. In the bill, it's not even indicated that we're talking about withdrawing from the universal system. What the bill says, Madam Speaker, is very simple. It's that we want to withdraw from the national goals of the Canadian healthcare system because we believe that Quebec is able to administer and manage its own healthcare system without the federal government saying, we know what to do in Canada. We know healthcare systems. We manage a bunch of them. Madam Speaker, I'll tell you who manages healthcare systems in Canada. National Defence and penitentiaries. That's what the federal government manages. Aside from that, they have no advice to give us in Quebec. We go to hospitals, and it's Quebec's flag there. The federal government doesn't manage doctors. It doesn't know what to do. They have no role in telling us what to do, telling us what is good, what isn't. Furthermore, the colleague from New Westminster Burnaby said, look, Quebec and the Bloc Québécois want to turn us towards the private system. Come on, Madam Speaker, it's not the federal government that created Quebec's health insurance plan or who put in place the Pharmacare Act. It's the government of Quebec. So our colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, is pulling things out of a hat tonight. He's saying things, well, he doesn't understand. I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Madam Speaker, our colleague, I think, could do his speech without insulting others. If he has points to make, he could do it while respecting the rules of our House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Honourable Member... Well, these are points of debate. There's no question and comment period during routine proceedings. So the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a matter of debate. It's not the individual. It's the arguments that are pulled out of a hat. But when people have nothing to say, they get up and they talk about tax havens. That's not what this bill is about. I'd be pleased to explain the bill to him, Madam Speaker. But if he says that the Bloc Québécois wants to privatize the healthcare system with Bill C-237, well, we've heard all sorts of things tonight, but I hope that'll stay in the annals of the House of Commons, because that's far from the case. Madam Speaker, allow me to get back to my speech because I'd prepared one. But when we hear things like this, it's hard not to want to correct the record. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-237 is about an issue that generates tension between the federal government and the government of the provinces since the very adoption of the Constitution Act of 1867. It's nothing new. I'm talking about respect for the division of powers between the two levels of government. To summarize, Madam Speaker, the pact that was made at the time, in 1867, what was agreed upon by the levels of government, was that they would be equal and sovereign in their respective areas of jurisdiction. This arrangement was to ensure that the minority nation of Quebec would not have the priorities of the majority nation of Canada imposed upon it. So we're far from that today in 2022. So the issues that directly affect people and their way of organizing their society, that was entrusted to provinces. We can think of health, social programs, education, and culture. These are issues that are more distant from people or the internal organization of their society. Those issues are managed by the federal government. Monetary policy, international trade, border defense, and so on. So with these terms, and protected by the rigidity of the Constitution and the strictness of the division of powers, Quebecers agreed to this. I've said it and I'll say it again. The Federation is supposed to be about collaboration, not about imposition as we currently see. The government plays politics on the back of jurisdiction. Now we have a daycare system and they're imposing conditions, and now it's with healthcare, and pretty soon there will be federal parks subsidized all over the place. There could be the withdrawal of social programs. That's the will of the federal government currently. So, Madam Speaker, 155 years after that original agreement, the Constitution, there's a close examination of the two levels of government leads to an inescapable conclusion. The federal government, on a daily basis for 3 generations, has been denying the fundamental pact of our federation. How so? I'll explain it in 2 simple steps. First, the federal government uses its power to tax people to raise taxes in excess of what it needs to fulfill its own constitutional responsibilities. In doing so, Madam Speaker, it also prevents Quebec and the provinces from using this tax space. This is what we call the fiscal imbalance. Second, the federal government takes advantage of the surplus resources it controls to spend and create programs in areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. In addition to controlling the money and which area it goes to, sometimes it even imposes conditions for money to be transferred. In practical terms, this allows the Canadian government to decide how Quebec society and other provinces are organized. It also forces the government of Quebec and the provinces to implement the priorities of Canadians rather than the priorities of Quebecers in areas of jurisdiction that are nevertheless theirs. I said, Madam Speaker, this was supposed to be a collaboration, not an imposition. Now it's the will of Canada that's being imposed to the detriment of the will and vision of Quebec. But, Madam Speaker, Quebec has never agreed to become Ottawa's subcontractor. Nowadays, we see that Ottawa interferes in areas of provincial jurisdiction, in housing, in education, in family policy, daycare services, environment, taxation. It's become a real modus operandi from the federal government. So, a response to this strong tendency of the federal government to use its spending power to bypass the division of powers through the back door, well, that's why the Bloc Québécois has decided that's enough. We're putting forward Bill C-237. If passed, this bill would give Quebec and the provinces a tool to fight this practice, which is decried as being in violation of the constitutional pact that created the agreement that we had before is no longer being respected. So we have no choice. We have no autonomy. The money we send to the federal government, well, they want to set conditions on us, impose those conditions on us, and say otherwise they wouldn't transfer the money. So concretely, Bill C-237 proposes 2 amendments. Please listen carefully because they've said a lot of other things on this bill. So the first is for the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act between the federal government and the provinces. This would apply to all provinces, not just Quebec, and would allow those provinces that desire to opt out of a federal program if the province is in their jurisdiction. In addition, and in the spirit of compromise, the government will only make the corresponding contribution to the province if the province has a program with objectives comparable to those of the federal program. The province's program does not have to be identical or even similar. It need only be comparable. The contribution transferred in this case would be without criteria, without conditions, or any other form of interference. So, Madam Speaker, you say I'm short on time, but listen, I would invite people to give Quebec and the provinces the freedom to make these choices for themselves at home. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on Private Member's Bill C-237, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Canada Health Act. As proposed, this bill would do 2 things. First, it would allow any province to withdraw from federal programs in provincial jurisdiction if comparable programs exist. And it would exempt Quebec from the criteria and conditions that must be met in order to receive a full cash contribution through the Canada Health Transfer. Madam Speaker, before I get into the concerns that the government has with these amendments, let me very quickly provide you with a little history surrounding the Canada Health Act. The Act was passed unanimously in the House of Commons in 1984. It represents a broad consensus among Canadians and their federal and provincial and territorial governments that access to insured health services should be based on medical need and not one's ability to pay. Since then, the Act has been considered the gold standard of federal spending power being used to set national objectives in the area of provincial jurisdiction. The Act, in conjunction with the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, does so by establishing broad criteria and conditions that provinces and territories must fulfill to receive full cash contributions under the Canada Health Transfer. Provincial health insurance legislation and regulations, including those of Quebec, mirror and in some cases go beyond the requirements of the Canada Health Act. Madam Speaker, that leads me to my first concern regarding the proposed legislation. By accepting this legislation and exempting Quebec from the Canada Health Act's conditions, we would weaken the foundation of Canada's universal healthcare system. The Act establishes the objectives and values underlying universal single-payer healthcare. For provinces to receive full healthcare transfer payments, provincial health insurance programs must be in compliance with 5 broad principles: universality, portability, comprehensiveness, accessibility, and public administration. Provinces have not requested that these conditions be repealed. Moreover, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable member from the Bloc Québécois that since the creation of the Canada Health Act, Quebec has broadly complied with the Act's principles. Indeed, the discretionary penalty provisions of the Act, which give the government discretion to withhold the Canada health transfer contributions to provinces in contravention with these five principles, has actually never been used. There have been some instances of non-compliance in Quebec and other provinces with respect to extra billing and user charges where mandatory deductions under the Health Canada Act have been applied. Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that the principle of asymmetric federalism renders the proposed amendment to the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act unnecessary for Quebec. As part of the 2004 Health Accord, the federal government and the government of Quebec signed a bilateral agreement on asymmetrical federalism. Under this agreement, Quebec supported the overall objectives and general principles set out by First Ministers while respecting Quebec's desire to exercise its own responsibility in planning, organizing, and managing health services. This agreement has continued to shape the federal approach to bilateral agreements with Quebec, notably the 2017 Agreement on Home and Community Care and Mental Health and Addictions Servicing Funding. Importantly, the asymmetric agreements with Quebec in the area of healthcare have been applied within the parameters of the Canada Health Act principles. For example, the communiqué from the 2004 Health Accord on asymmetric federalism that respects Quebec's jurisdiction states that as one of the preambles, quote, and noting that Quebec's commitment with regard to the underlying principles of its public health system, universality, portability, comprehensiveness, accessibility, and public administration, coincides with that of all governments in Canada. Stated differently, end quote. Stated differently, Madam Speaker, the government entered into asymmetrical health agreements with Quebec because the province already adheres to the Canada Health Act principles. Historically, provinces other than Quebec have recognized the benefits of federal spending power. In 1999, all provinces except Quebec agreed to the Social Union Framework Agreement, which recognizes a set of social policy principles and ways to allow the exercise of the federal spending power in areas of exclusive provincial jurisdiction, provided that a majority of provinces agree. That agreement recognizes the use of federal spending power has been essential to the development of Canada's social union. It continues to use its continued use is important to ensure access to essential social programs and services of reasonably comparable quality for all Canadians, wherever they live or move in Canada, to promote their full and active participation in Canada's social and economic life. Madam Speaker, it should also be acknowledged that the federal spending powers during the pandemic have delivered results for Quebecers while continuing to recognize Quebec's unique place within the Federation. The government remains committed to work with provinces and territories and key stakeholders to advance the shared priorities for the healthcare system and improve health outcomes for Canadians. Madam Speaker, one of the commitments, for example, is to ensure that Canadians who require long-term care get the services they deserve. To address this, our government has committed to provide up to $3 billion to support provinces and territories in ensuring standards for care are applied. The Canadian Standards Association and the Health Standards Organization are currently working to finalize national standards for long-term care by the end of late 2022. Madam Speaker, to summarize, we believe that Bill C-237 would undermine the government's ability to deliver healthcare results for Canadians if provinces are allowed to be exempt from the conditions laid out in the Canada Health Act. We also believe that there is no need to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, allow provinces to withdraw from federal programs in provincial jurisdiction. The federal government has a strong record of establishing agreements that cater to Quebec's specific needs, such as the 2004 Agreement on Asymmetrical Federalism that continues to respect Quebec's jurisdiction and falls within the parameters of the Canada Health Act. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, and the others that have been mentioned, I would strongly encourage all members of this House to vote against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wow. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Bécancour.
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel, has 5 minutes to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are concluding second reading debate on this bill, C-237. This bill grants provinces who want it the right to opt out when the federal government sets up a program that should fall under exclusive provincial jurisdiction. And I insist on this word, exclusive. I found it in the Constitution. Exclusive means it belongs either to the federal government or the provinces. It shelters Quebec from standards and conditions the federal government imposes before contributing to funding for health. This bill reiterates a position that garnered nearly unanimous support in Quebec for the last 50 years, and it is at the heart of some serious debates, including the ongoing election campaign happening in Quebec. Next Monday, Quebecers will have to make choices in a whole host of subjects. I'm thinking of the health system. The pandemic revealed its fragility and underfunding. One party says the private sector should be more involved. Another wants to prioritize seniors' housing. Another wants better existing public services like home support and nursing homes. This grabbed a lot of attention during the election campaign, and next Monday, Quebecers are going to vote. They're going to decide. Normally, when the people decide, all has been said. But now, regardless of which choices the nation of Quebec makes, the Canadian people will have to be in agreement because Ottawa is imposing its own standards and wants us to respect its priorities. I'm talking about health. But this is true in a whole host of areas: housing, education, family policy, financial policy, basically everything. That's what being a minority is. Even if this House recognizes, or rather did recognize, that we were a nation through a near unanimous vote. This is why we want the right to opt out of federal programs in sectors that should fall under Quebec rather than Ottawa's jurisdiction. We want to be masters of our own house. When I tabled C-237, I had hope that we could move Quebec's autonomy forward. We're currently in a minority government. The Bloc Québécois wants Quebec to be its own country, and in the interim, we want to be masters in our own house. The Conservative Party has campaigned on respecting provincial jurisdiction. The NDP has the Sherbrooke Declaration, which supports Quebec's right to opt out. The three of us together, we can move this bill forward. But I was bitterly disappointed during the debate on this bill. The member for Rosemont said that he was in favor of the right to opt out, but only if Quebecers would follow the NDP's platform. The Conservative member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington said that she would respect provincial jurisdiction, but only if the Liberals agree and grant royal recommendation. Otherwise, she's against it. However, the Constitution grants exclusive powers to Quebec and the provinces. Exclusive means the federal government is not allowed to interfere. That's the Constitution that English Canada passed, the same one that Quebec never ratified. And now it's a member of the Bloc, a separatist MP, who's demanding that the federal government respect the spirit of that Constitution, and it's Canadian parties who are refusing. It's the world upside down. But it's not too late. Electoral platforms are not just a document we use in a campaign and then throw out. And so I call on the NDP and the Conservatives to keep the promises they made to Quebecers during the election campaign. Let this bill reach another step, and this will give us time to convince the government to grant royal recommendation. If C-237 passes, Ottawa will be free to act as it wills in areas under its own jurisdiction, just like Quebec will be free to act in the areas under its own jurisdiction. Each will respect the other's jurisdiction. The key The key word is respect. Respect of jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La question est la suivante, Monsieur.
The question is the following one. Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Madame Larouche, moves that Bill C-237, an act to amend the fiscal arrangements, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Canada Health Act, now be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Bécancour, j'ai de la misère avec celui-là.
Sorry, I have trouble with that one. Bécancour, Nicolette, Sorel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I request a recorded division.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
Pursuant to the order adopted by this House, the recorded vote will be deferred until October 5th at the end of oral questions.
À l'ordre,
Order. At this time, pursuant to Section 38 of the Standing Orders, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and supported. The question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
After these Liberals finally caught up with our international allies and declared that it's safe for people to get onto planes or trains or return to work in the federal public service without a COVID vaccine, they're still saying that it's unsafe for a person to serve our country in the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, we know that the Liberals replaced COVID science with political science a long time ago. So it comes as no surprise that they would continue such an unscientific and contradictory mandate. Canada's soldiers, sailors, and airmen are the best in the world. Let me say that again. They are the best in the world. We've watched time and time again as they've answered our country's call and calls for aid from nations around the world. And just this week, we've witnessed them come to the aid of our friends in Atlantic Canada in the aftermath of a hurricane, where we heard grandmothers breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of our soldiers rolling into tiny villages to lend a hand. And with Russia on the warpath, Canada's armed forces must be prepared to defend our allies and our borders. So it's high time for the Prime Minister to drop the last of his politically motivated and divisive COVID mandates and give our brave men and women in uniform their jobs back. This week we heard that Friday will be the last day for border COVID restrictions. So the proof of vaccination, quarantine, testing, isolation requirements for people entering Canada as the government catches up to all of the provinces on following the science. We know that at the same time, the mandatory use of the ArriveCan app will cease. Now, this is important because Canadians have had an incredibly challenging time. We've seen people lose their jobs. We've seen people struggle with the isolation of lockdowns. We've seen people miss monumental events, welcoming new life, and saying goodbye to loved ones. And at a time when Canadians are facing unprecedented in many of their lives cost of living increases, the government has collected or issued fines worth over $1 million to people trying to enter Canada because of the failed ArriveCan app. They've issued those fines. So the government needs to do the right thing. They need to do the compassionate thing. They need to rescind the fines, cancel the collections, and refund the payments to Canadians, and frankly, need to apologize for the impacts of this failed app on Canadians. Now, I don't know what's different in the science today and on Saturday that will see these mandates end, but it is high time that they end. We're glad that they're ending, and we call on the government to do the right thing and refund those who've been wrongly fined with this ArriveCAN app.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I certainly respect the colleagues, the comments from my colleague that neighbors my riding. I disagree with his assessment of the situation where he characterizes the government as playing politics on this issue. This government has always operated from the position of science and the position of listening to experts, and not from the position of listening to politicians rail on for political gain, which unfortunately is what we've seen from this member, and in particular throughout this pandemic, members of the Conservative Party. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, that at every turn, when decisions have been made, whether it's been to remove requirements for mandates, whether it's been to remove the requirement for the ArriveCAN app, it's always been done with the understanding that it was in the best interest of Canadians. And I mean, I also think that it's important to point out, Madam Speaker, that Canadians, and indeed the Federal Public Service, which includes the members of our Canadian Armed Forces, and I will agree with the member on this point that they are the best in the world, and they do come into action and respond to that request at time of need. As you know, somebody who represents a riding that has a basin at CFB Kingston, I'm witness to that on a daily basis when I'm in my riding. But Canadians came and showed up in large numbers to be vaccinated, and by and large, the vast majority of Canadians were on board with the requirements that were set out by the federal government in conjunction with the expert advice that was given to the government to make those decisions. It's extremely unfortunate, in my opinion, that this is being characterized by the Conservatives, as they have done almost since day one, as an attack on Canadians and as political motivation, when the only objective, Madam Speaker, from the beginning has been about taking care of Canadians, protecting Canadians, so that we could get through this pandemic in the best form possible. And Madam Speaker, if you reflect on where Canada is at every step during this pandemic, at every step, we've always been in a better position, especially when you compare ourselves to neighbors in the South. Per capita, we have had less fatalities. We have had more people become vaccinated. We have had more people respect the requirements that have been imposed upon them by the various different levels of government. And now we are finally starting to see us get to the end of this pandemic and come out on the other side, and we are a better country because we were able to do that together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians can be counted on to do the right thing, and they're looking to be able to count on their government to do the right thing. And the science is clear that it is time for these mandates to end. It's past time for them to end. And so the Parliamentary Secretary has said that members of our Canadian forces are equal to our federal public servants. So I'm looking for that equal treatment to our federal public servants, that they not receive any restriction based on their vaccination status, and they be able to continue to serve our country valiantly, having answered the call that they have and put on that uniform for Canadians. Let them get back to work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I guess what I would say in response to that, Madam Speaker, is that this government has always used the best advice from experts along the way and in the process of making every decision. It has never made decisions based on the political wind as it sees it. As a matter of fact, quite often it's had to go against the political wind and what perhaps may have been popular opinion, especially as it's been encouraged by the other side of the House. I am very confident that the government will do that. And when the time is right, based on that information, the government, I am certain, will make the required decisions in order to ensure that things are dealt with in a way that keeps all Canadians safe. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last November, I copied the Ministers of Health and Foreign Affairs on a letter that I wrote to the President of the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, which falls under the purview of the Minister of Health, regarding the CIHR's blatant mislabeling of Taiwan as a province of China. I wrote this letter after a Taiwanese scholar doing research in Canada brought to my attention that the CIHR's research application process requires Taiwanese applicants to falsely indicate their nationality as Taiwan, province of China, and accordingly requested the president of the CIHR to correct this blatant mislabeling. After all, Taiwan is not a province of China. Taiwan consists of a distinct and substantial territory, a distinct and substantial population, and is governed by a democratic government. Moreover, the People's Republic of China has never controlled, not for 1 minute, 1 inch of Taiwanese territory. Nearly a year after I wrote to the president of the CIHR, I've heard nothing from anyone at the CIHR, nor from the Minister of Health or the Minister of Foreign Affairs. 6 months after I wrote the letter, I followed up, or attempted to follow up, with the Minister of Health in question period. The minister, incredibly, seemed completely unaware of the issue, offered nothing in the way of substance in terms of his answer, but nonetheless undertook to look into the issue and follow up with me. Months later, there has been no follow-up, and the mislabeling continues. The minister's inaction is completely unacceptable. This is not a new issue. This has been going on for years, and it has been repeatedly brought to the attention of this Liberal government, including by the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office. So my question this evening is, why the inaction? When will the Minister of Health finally get around to directing the CIHR to stop this blatant mislabeling of Taiwan?
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to the member if he feels as though his question had not been addressed. Hopefully the comments that I can provide tonight will suffice for him. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the strengths of Taiwan in the matters of science, technology, and innovation. The government is also aware of the issue of concern regarding the classification of Taiwan in the Canadian Common CV system used by Canada's federal research funding agencies and administered by the Canadian Institute of Health Research, or CIHR. Currently, the Canadian Common CV system, or CIHR's grant management platform, adhere to the International Organization for Standardization country list. This list is recognized by the Government of Canada through Canada's national accreditation body, the Standards Council of Canada. However, the CIHR has had discussions on the matter of concern with key partners, including Global Affairs Canada and other federal stakeholders. As a result, CIHR is now actively implementing the change to Taiwan in its system to ensure ongoing alignment with Canada's foreign policy and government-wide data standards. Madam Speaker, we certainly recognize this is an important concern, not only for Taiwanese students and researchers in Canada, but also for many of their colleagues and partners throughout the broader research community and beyond. As you may know, Madam Speaker, there are very strong connections between the people of Canada and Taiwan, including the scientific domain. Indeed, I am very pleased to note that our government engages directly with Taiwan on matters of scientific research, collaboration, through several mechanisms. For instance, the CIRH collaborates with Taiwan's Ministry of Science and Technology, including through participation in multilateral research consortia. In addition, the CIHR recently worked with the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Ottawa to promote one of these initiatives, the TransCan 3 funding program, to support cancer researchers in Canada and Taiwan. Madam Speaker, these collaborative efforts speak to the many invaluable linkages between Canada and Taiwan. Through our government's ongoing engagement with Taiwan in the areas that include health research partnership, we look forward to strengthening even further these ties of collaboration. Let me also emphasize, Madam Speaker, that in the promotion of funding programs and its other engagements, CIHR has and will continue to refer to our partner by the name of Taiwan simply. It is my hope that our ongoing partnership with the Taiwanese counterparts, driven by our common values and shared priorities, will continue to yield impactful results for our collective health, well-being, and prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. And it is encouraging to hear that the CIHR is finally acting and finally working to address this mislabeling issue. But quite frankly, it has been far too long. The Parliamentary Secretary cited the ISO. That was CIHR's excuse. Universities and other institutions corrected their mislabeling, notwithstanding the ICO, and now evidently the CIHR is correcting the mislabeling, notwithstanding the ISO. So it constituted nothing more than a bureaucratic excuse. And while I'm glad finally this is being addressed, it's been really far too long, and the minister's silence and this government's silence has been ongoing for far too long. So I'm very disappointed in that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for his comments, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned, the CIHR has had a constructive discussion with partners on important matters regarding the classification of Taiwan in grant management platforms. As we explore and pursue solutions, we will also continue to strengthen the federal government's cooperation with Taiwan in matters of scientific research and collaboration based on our shared values and common principles. And again, I thank the member for bringing forward his concerns and ensuring that they have been brought to the minister's attention, and I hope that he finds the answer satisfactory. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to express once again the frustrations of people with disabilities as they continue to wait for a Canada Disability benefit. We know they face too many challenges that are only increasing with the rising cost of food and the skyrocketing prices of homes and rent. The situation is dire, Madam Speaker. The government must act now to get the Canada Disability benefit into people's bank accounts. When will the Liberal government make that happen? New Democrats are ready to do the work to make the Canada Disability benefit the best it can be for people, to make sure it truly protects persons with disabilities from a life of poverty. We have proposed an amendment to this bill, Bill C-22, that would enshrine adequacy and provide protection. Right now, the disability community is hopeful that they will finally be prioritized by the Liberal government. Will the government prioritize their well-being and accept the NDP's ask for adequacy to be enshrined in this legislation? Persons with disabilities are legally entitled to adequacy, and this new benefit must be accountable to a measurement tool that provides it. That accountability is currently missing from Bill C-22. The government has an obligation to uphold the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities and to ensure dignity and full equality for all. This includes necessary income supports, Madam Speaker. Dire financial circumstances are the reality for too many people with disabilities, and the longer they have to wait for the promised disability benefit, the more they are being abandoned. Since 2015, the Liberals have spoken about the importance of lifting people with disabilities out of poverty, yet their actions do not match those words. It is beyond time for the government to do better and to use the measuring tools available to ensure that any legislation that is meant to end poverty actually reaches that goal. Madam Speaker, I'm committed to work with the government to make this happen. Bill C-22 has the potential to be the first and only bill in Canada that actually legislates people out of poverty. Imagine that. One bill that can almost cut poverty in half with 1 or 2 simple sentences. Will the Liberal government work with the NDP to turn their aspiration statement into a reality and amend the bill in committee to include an amendment for adequacy that will actually make sure persons with disabilities are lifted out of poverty? And will they do it now, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Port Moody Coquitlam I want nothing more, as she does, than to see Canadians with disabilities receive the new Canada Disability Benefit as quickly as possible. We understand that people have concerns about the timing of the benefit, and in the spirit of nothing without us, we have been working tirelessly alongside the disability community, as well as the provinces and territories, to ensure that every person who receives the Canada Disability Benefit will be better off because of it. Madam Speaker, let's be clear. We need the disability community's input at every step of the design of the benefit, as I'm sure the member would agree. We also need to work with provinces and territories to ensure that there are no clawbacks to other benefits that already exist, as has come up in debate in this House regarding Bill C-22. Bill C-22 is, as she indicated, groundbreaking framework legislation. If it becomes law, we would establish regulations that define the benefit amounts, eligibility criteria, and other details. Parliament would have the opportunity to review it 3 years after it comes into effect. And I would note that this time frame is actually shorter than the usual parliamentary review. That's because we are committed to ensuring that the Canada Disability Benefit meets the needs of working-age persons with disabilities. Just last summer, with funding provided through Budget 2021, we launched extensive consultations with the disability community and with the national Indigenous organizations, as well as with provincial and territory governments, to seek their input on their experiences and needs. Madam Speaker, it is important to understand that the Canada Disability Benefit is part of a continuum of bold historic actions that our government has taken to advance accessibility and the rights of persons with disabilities. These actions include the Accessibility Canada Act, the Canada Poverty Reduction Strategy, the development of the first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Of course, the key component to our action plan is the Canada Disability Benefit, which will help reduce poverty for hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. If passed, Bill C-22 would establish guiding principles and objectives for the new benefit. It would also allow the Governor and Council to implement the benefit's design components through regulation. The sooner Bill C-22 passes, Madam Speaker, the sooner the Canada Disability can be implemented. That means that we will be able to help people who need it the most. We know persons with disabilities have been waiting a long time for this. That is why we are working as quickly and efficiently as possible to deliver this historic benefit. Madam Speaker, I would also indicate to the member that I know she asks a question specifically about an amendment. She's asking if the government will work with the NDP or the Liberal members will work with the NDP in committee to make these amendments. And I don't think that it would be appropriate for me to preempt the work that those members would do. I look forward to seeing the report that this member and all members of the committee can bring forward back to the House, and I'm sure that if what she is recommending makes sense and is a good proposal, that it will be taken very seriously by the members of the Liberal Party that sit on that committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've heard tonight a lot of same goals here in far as quick, efficient wanting to come as soon as possible. So my question to, through you, Madam Chair, would be, I see that there is space next week on the legislative agenda. I think there is an opportunity to have C-22 come back to this House so that we can get it to committee. Will this bill come back for debate next week?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't have that in front of me right now, but what I can tell this member is that the House Leader's office on this side of the House certainly works with the House Leader's offices on all sides of the House. We have a very good understanding and relationship with the NDP. I would encourage the member to encourage her House leadership to push this forward. She knows just as well as I do of the games that unfortunately sometimes happen in this House to prevent legislation from going through. So let's work together to get this to committee so that we can have a meaningful impact. I know my words might ring hollow because she's heard them a lot before, but I can assure her that this side of the House is passionate about moving as quickly as possible to get Bill C-22 passed so that we can get those who need it the most the resources that they require. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.